Alright, I think I'm going to get started here. I'm all set up. So, we got some bugs in GWT. I've been slowly working on a couple of things. I don't really remember what we've had streamed here in the past. Last thing I was working on here was this streaming while streaming, so that we can use GWT to influence the rest of the stream by running in a little Chrome browser. But I'm not going to play with that today, I think. I'm just going to leave that as is. Let's see if I can make that show up here. Refresh. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Super dev mode. I'm running in super dev mode now. Is that actually visible? There we go. That should be visible. So I'm compiling the stream. We should really have, the stream is compiling as we get set up, ready to go. But that's not what we're going to do today. That's going to take a little more messing around with talking to a server, doing some other fun stuff there. So I'm going to leave that by the wayside for right now and come back to it later. I want to deal with understanding how to do OAuth and how to do it safely. That way I can show the code here easily and not have to worry about, hey, is this rendering my OAuth key, so that anybody on Twitch, you can grab a screenshot and take over the stream. So we're not gonna play with that. Just go ahead and turn that off. So fun to work on another day. I do at least have it all committed. It does run. We saw it working. I saw a few things in Justin's stream with the chat setup that I'd like to steal and put in this, and I'd really prefer to do it all in GWT itself. But unfortunately, I got to get some real work done. My last couple of times of trying to get work done on Wednesdays, get some open source work done, keeps getting preempted by other projects that I'm on that pay for time. So that's the way that goes. So we just got to do the best we can, get caught up here. Yeah, so something else new. I am using ZSH now. I tried once before, many years ago, to switch over to ZSH, and I couldn't quite make it work. There were just enough hiccups and things that slowed me down, and this time I have decided I don't care if I get slowed down. I cared last night. I switched over to Bash for a little while in IntelliJ. It wasn't quite behaving properly in IntelliJ. But it looks like it's behaving today, so I don't know if I fixed something. Hard to say. I'm also using something called Attune. Let me pull up a little page for it. Which is a shell history tool that uses a local SQLite database to store commands you've written in the past. I frequently get irritated by my history only going back 1,000 or 10,000 entries. Slack, you need to shush. And so this is a tool that will let me go back further and actually index in and say how long did the command run last time, to make sure I'm actually looking at the right command. Did it succeed last time? Fun things like that. Where's the thing that's being allowed so I can tell it to stop being? Might need to follow up with that, unfortunately. I don't want to get distracted from this today, but it might happen. Anyway, so this is what it looks like. There's this idea where they can sync back to a server. I don't want to use a server. I just want it locally, at least to get the hang of it. But whereas you usually in your shell get Control-R to say, let me look back to see what my old commands were, and then you can start typing something and it will find whatever it was. This brings up another prompt to say, oh, okay, here's some other things you've run in the past. And I can say, okay, well, what about some ant command? And then we've got lots of various ant commands in here to say, well, which one of these is the one that I really want? There's also this idea, which I'm not going to be able to use here yet because I've just gotten started. This is a global search. I can also say, well, just on this one computer, can we search? And I'm only running it on the one computer. But if I had it running on my laptop or on one of the servers, we could also have history shared between them. And there's also within this session. And the default is global, I guess, directory. There's within this directory. So it records which directory you were in. That probably makes the most sense to say, hey, how do I run ant? Because I don't use ant anywhere else. And I guess all these different things have ant in them somewhere. There were a bunch of Docker containers, and apparently one of them had ant in it. This npm install apparently has the word ant in it somewhere. I don't see it. I don't know why that would show up in a search. Oh, unless it just grabs everything. No, it looks like it's searching. Oh, maybe it's like a fuzzy search and saying, hey, you did something with ant here. So I just want the ant test commands. This is weird, things it's grabbing. I'm kind of terrified that it's going to grab... Yeah, I'm kind of terrified it's going to grab some history I don't want to have in here. So I might have to set this specifically to say, okay, while I'm streaming, don't mess around with this. But we'll see how that goes. We can see which commands failed. So I was running a Gradle command and it failed. I was actually trying to make it fail. That was the goal, to break that thing. One of the fun things about ZSH, if we switch over to Gradle, this Gradle project real quick, you can... there's a great ecosystem for commands, autocompletes. So now I can say something like, hey, I want to run a particular task in here. And it lets me say, okay, do you want to autocomplete all the possibilities here? And it asks Gradle for the various tasks I might want to run. And then tries to say, okay, here's what they would be. And not only that, here is the autocomplete details for it. So if I was back here still, each one of these says here's what the documentation for that command would have been. So it's able to pick up documentation for these things. There's also some autocomplete for Git. I haven't really gotten the hang of that one yet. So Git co, if I tab this, it looks like I get all my branch names. So I can figure out what else might have been important here. I probably want to do some, let's see what I've got for my follow-up. Follow-up is an alias I've got in Git that says, tell me about branches I've worked on recently, but omit as much history as possible so that the graph actually is readable. So, for example, I had this TypeScript branch. 366. If I tab, it does find the right branch pretty quickly. It doesn't want me to switch, though, because I've got uncommitted changes over here. Okay. I'm not going to work on this stuff right now. It's just it's a project I can publicly share because it's all source available, and so it's easy for me just to throw it up on the screen and say, hey, look at this fun stuff we can do. So back to GWT, the thing I was working on most recently was how do we get Javadoc working for the next release, which will get us things like search. I have an initial commit. We got rid of this other flag as suggested by Thomas in the review, and then trying to figure out, okay, how can we make things all build in Java 17? These three other commits, I'm probably going to pull off to their own branch. Let's see now. Let's call it Java 17 CI. And then let's, I forgot the name of the old branch already, so if I, ooh, that's nice. Oh, look at that. It actually shows what the alias for follow-up was. So it's got some FO things. I never use these. My old bash autocomplete wouldn't even find these internal commands. It would just jump right to my follow-up. And as you can see, here's the alias for it. If you don't mention a commit or a branch to build off of, it assumes you want head. It shows you all the branches that are not merged into what either current head or whatever you specified. Get rid of the star or the space in front of each branch, and then use that to make a log reading from standard in, which means get read from the pipe, and only show the first parent. So that simplifies the graph. That way it's not left and right. Between merges, you don't see merge commit says, hey, I merged these two different branches, but we just go as much as possible to the first parent. And then F is to invoke that, and there's some reason we need to wrap all this up. It's probably to do with how these aliases have to work to be self-contained. I have long since forgotten. Anyway, if we run follow-up, we've got, here's the branch that I meant. Here's the 1, 2, 3 commits I think I wanted. Default to build on 17 instead of 11. Allow dev tests to pass with 17. And then update the request factory tool to work on Java 14+. Oh, but it got rid of... that's irritating. Just pipe that to head real quick. So we've got those still printed here. And apparently I've got two different branches with the same name. So let's look at cherry picking those commits. We also have this Java 9 emulation that I want to get back to. But before we can get emulation in, we have to actually be able to build in 17, I think. All right. So the first thing we change is the CI file itself to say we're now building on 8, 11, and 17 for our nightly builds. The rest of this is just rebalancing the white space. So we change it to say 17 is now the default. We change that way we aren't publishing what we built on 8 anymore. We're only publishing 17. Sorry. Previously, we changed it that when we were only building on 8 to building on 8 and 11, we don't need to publish both artifacts. We just publish the ones built on 11, and now we do the same thing for the one built on 17. We just publish the 17 artifacts. That way the Java doc is a little nicer, things like that. Here's the quick check. We can run in parallel to say make sure that you are your code vaguely passes on each compiler that we support. We presently require 8 to build just the SDK and some tests, or 11, and now it's 11 plus, to build everything. And can run on newer Java versions. And then this one we had to say, basically don't double up the comments you put in the pull request. If you get some feedback from checkstyle, we don't want to write, hey, this failed your checkstyle test in Java 8. It also failed your checkstyle test in 11 and 17. That's not going to be helpful. So we just restrict that down. Yep, again, checkstyle, don't run it again. And then we have to make sure that in Java 17, actually it's 12 plus, 13 plus, something like that. When they started ratcheting down the module requirements, let's make sure that we actually say, hey, I need to do reflection in a cheaty way to go and talk to those other objects over there. So for legacy dev mode, which still works in some very specific cases, for legacy dev mode, we need to be able to do reflection to say, hey, JavaScript is trying to do a thing. It's trying to call into this object here and do something for some reason. And it's not really important what it is or what it's trying to do, but we need to make sure that that's accessible and allowable. And so we add this extra add opens when we run tests. We don't add it for Java 8 since it will cause a startup failure for the tests. Let's see here. This is probably garbage. I probably just need to remove this. This was me hunting down a bug, I think. So we will go and revert that real quick. Let's see. That's in request factory. No, this is a local change. Okay, cool. So we can just oops, let me just throw my mouse here. We can just go ahead and remove that. This was my own comment for debugging. So we'll ignore that, pretend it isn't there. The request factory jar extractor is a tool that we deploy. I don't even know what we use it for. I know we run it as part of the build. Used to extract request factory client jars from GWT user. So probably we don't even distribute this to users. Let me just grab a project here. We got GWT running over here. Let's add request factory to this project. Is it request factory or GWT request factory? It's probably just request factory. Is that not right? Let's go take a look. I'm doing something dumb, or IntelliJ is doing something dumb on my behalf. Let's see, request factory is com Google Web Bindery, but I want the org GWT Web Bindery. There we go. So let's do org GWT project web bindery and see if I can figure out what that's about. I might need a parent to get this sorted. Let's go stick it in here real quick. I would have assumed it was part of the regular GWT one. Whatever. Seems happy enough with that. Don't know what you're trying to tell me. Request factory dash server, is that right? It appears that the system is down. Well, the new search doesn't find jars properly, and the old search doesn't work, so Sonotype is kind of not helpful to us right now. That's super irritating. See, we've got some autocomplete showing up here. Let's just grab like this one here. There we go. Okay. This should show us the name request factory. Oh, sorry, you can't see this. Request factory APT, for example. We have to list two, by the way, because there's com Google and or GWT project. That'll only happen for GWT 2.10. For GWT 2.11, we won't have that problem anymore, which means we've got dash server and whatever the project version is. Yeah, so this looks correct. Yeah, okay, it just had to catch up. I'm going to leave this running because it would be cooler to do so, especially if we get back to it. I don't think that's likely, but we'll see. All right, let's look in the request factory jar. Web bindery request factory server. Google Web. What was the class called that we were after? It was request factory jar extractor. Right. And there it is. It's in GWT user itself. Well, never mind. I guess we do ship it. So the question is, how minimal of changes can we make to this? And I changed just a couple references of ASM 7 to ASM 9 because as this was working and it was looking through the different classes that are on the class path, it was finding Java lang record and getting confused and saying, well, that isn't a legal part of ASM 7, so we can't use that. So we had to bump it to ASM 9. There are a few more ASM 7 references in the code base. Let's look here. Let's actually just look in this class for the time being. Yeah, so should we chain AV to super here? I'm not sure what AV means. Oops. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Is a relatively new comment. And then produces class files that violate the class file spec yet are successfully loaded. These incorrect class files, when processed by ASM, result in class files that cannot be loaded by the JVM. That's awful. Due to the structure of ASM, it is difficult to externalize by subclassing and intercepting. Here it'd be best to move the code coverage in JavaScript or patch Emma instead. We already patch Emma. This is a 2013 commit. Looks like Alexander then changed this to just bump the version. It looks like he's bumping everything. I think we're going to follow his lead here and just bump everything. Let's look in the class we're in right here. Unless he changed just a couple. 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks like he changed all the ASM 6 to ASM 7s. I don't want to do all places. I want to do project files. Yeah, so it looks like I should go ahead and say, hey, any of those ASM 7s, now that we upgraded, we should move all those to latest. And that's a mistake that we made when we bumped the ASM version in GWT 2.10 and need to rectify. Okay, good. He asked somewhere else, so I don't need to answer that right now. Let's go back to where I got my OBS screen. Oh, got somebody asking a question. I have a question about websites that are built using Java and Ajax. Them codes always look like script codes. I don't understand what your question is exactly. JavaScript is indeed a scripting language, but at least it looks that way. So what does it mean to be script codes for your question? Because basically everything at this point, even PHP, I think, gets compiled down to some other intermediate thing before it runs, rather than just being interpreted directly. So I'm not really sure what your question's trying to ask. We here are trying to write stuff in Java because we find it's easier to write more than, say, 100 lines or maybe 1,000 lines of code. And inevitably, any project you work on is going to grow past 1,000 lines of code. It just wouldn't be much fun otherwise. But yes, those codes look like scripts codes, JavaScript. It is JavaScript, which are building Java and Ajax. So Java, Ajax is a old term that really doesn't apply anymore, but it's what, advanced JavaScript and XML? Asynchronous JavaScript and XML. Oh boy. And it basically means rather than stopping the whole page while you go and get something else, or making the page reload while you go get something else, you let the page keep running and let the fetch for new content continue without interrupting the rest of the page's lifecycle. And historically, this is using XML HTTP request, but in modern JavaScript, this would be the fetch call. So if you look at my browser, which I lost, there we go. If we go to MDN, which is the Mozilla Development Network, and look for fetch, we see the fetch API and how exactly you would fetch some other resource, some resource from a server. But this is the modern equivalent of what you would do to write Ajax. This is an API for JavaScript. If you look at how they're going to tell you to use this, it's just going to be plain JavaScript to do everything. This is a super simple example. There's really no... Here we go. We got a few more interesting things here. Where you can pass in whatever you'd like to say. Here's my... I guess as an example of how not to do it. Invalid refer URL. Okay, here we go. Good example. If we had an image, we want to make a request for the thing we're going to load into the image. We call fetch to say, hey, go get this object. And then when we get it back, so this is a promise, chained promise, which again, you can learn more about at MDN. Once you get the response back, if it was not okay, we just go ahead and throw. Otherwise, we will try to unwrap the blob and see what we can do out of that. And once we get that blob as an actual body of bytes, we can create a URL from it, a local URL, an object URL that we can assign to your image tag. So this is just like a really slow or really weird way of doing a fetch of the image that would be normally attached to your image tag. But it gives the idea about how you could re-implement things like this and even provide your own behavior. Go into some cache, dynamically create it, talk to a web worker and have the web worker do it instead, things like that. Dimitri's got a comment for us in GWT code. Add readable for JS enum with renamed constant. But there's no docs for this. What is it supposed to do? It looks like you're just adding you're renaming 0 to not. Let me pull it over here so you can see it. So this is, I guess, the test we're going to add to say what if we put, oh, it's just a readable test. It's just a readable test for it. Yeah, no, they've got other tests, right? This is in fact only tests. There's no actual code changes in this. It's just test changes, improving this to say what would happen if you renamed this. So it looks like you can rename enums that way to no longer have to be whatever the Java enum value was. Where did 0 go? I don't even see it in here. It should be 0 or not. Oh, this is the overlay for something else? This is an overlay for that enum, right, because it is a JS enum, sorry. So it's only going to be down in this file over here. Yeah, so instead of 0, it's not. Okay. Not sure why we care, Dimitri. What are you interested in here, specifically? Aside from, hey, Colin, hurry up and finish the implementation of JS enum for GWT 2. Which, it's on my list, but it's pretty far down my list today. All right, so I think I'm going to do this in a separate commit to go find all the ASM 7s and bump it to ASM 9. What else do we have that's not added yet? It's just that one little debugger, because I was trying to figure out how that class worked. Nothing else ever directly calls this, so we don't much care about this. It's just packaged up to say how to use it. Yeah, okay, so it's a bunch of Javadoc references and build references, and then it references itself. All right, we're going to look for the ASM references throughout the rest of the code base as soon as I find out where I left that. There we go. And then we're going to do Alt F7, get me all the references, and we're going to go through and rewrite all these to 9. So I think I can probably just say globally rewrite 7 to 9 in Java files. We can't do it in our jars, of course. So let's just go ahead and do a replace all. 26 occurrences, huh? We'll vet them real quick in the diff. They've added a nice set of enum features during the last week and some WebASM features as well. Maybe one day we can have WebASM support. Yeah, so we had... I promised to send you... Yeah, really, Dimitri, you're busy, huh? Yeah, so we had somebody who was very interested in adding WebASM support to the Jackal Maven plugin. We mostly just need to drop closure and add this binary n binary that you can call, which is platform specific, that will read all of your class path, your Java class path that's already been compiled to WebAssembly, and then dump them out as a tree shaken and possibly optimized build. Yeah, so someone's got to go through and figure out how to make that work, especially how to make it work cross-platform, because I imagine they don't actually ship binaries and somewhere that it's easy for Maven to get them. You don't just have the problem of Linux and Windows and Mac. You've also got the problem of ARM versus x86 these days, because those clever hardware engineers are finding ways to get us off of our Intel and AMD addiction, and maybe turn down the power a little bit that we need to use. It'll be easier than Java to JavaScript. Well, I'm not really sure what you mean by it'll be easier than Java to JavaScript. Which part will be easier? Let's do a quick ant build here, like dist. Do I have an ant clean dist? I guess I can do that. Let's see what my Java version is right now. Don't have one set. Let's go to 17. So one irritation is it doesn't execute the command when you hit enter. You gotta hit enter again. Let's run this while I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about. It'll be easier than Java to JavaScript. Binary n, getting that added for at least 6 different less tasks. No need to have closure. Sure, but you still got all the other tasks you got to do. You have to strip off good and compatible. You have to get bytecode. You have to get WebAssembly out of your Java files, which is running Jackal itself. Everything up to Jackal is the same, minus copying JS files. But if you had any WebAssembly in either format, you got to copy those files also. So that stays pretty much exactly the same. It's just closure that gets simpler. And I guess I'm going to assume that binary n is going to be faster to run than closure. But I'm also going to guess that it's not going to optimize anywhere near as much. Chances are people don't care for that kind of a thing. You're basically saying, it's a big fat binary. What do you want? It's separate object files that are being linked together. You should thank your stars it's not C++ compiling. I had to recompile OBS this morning to get it to run because I updated my Python version. But what if project has Java, JS, and WebAssembly components? Are you saying like share them? I mean, we could definitely do interop between them. The way that GWT, if it worked in Jackal, and it doesn't for some dumb reasons that I just haven't had time to fix. But if it did work, you could use that to write a binary payload, which could fit in a typed array, and for free pass that from your JS page into your there's a spider on my desk. Yeah. For free, pass it to your I don't know if you can see that, or to your WebAssembly module. Just like you could do a web worker or something like that, and then just say, hey, I've got the same Java objects on both sides. One is compiled to JavaScript, one is compiled to WebAssembly. Let's just serialize the payload back and forth. Probably you're going to keep those payloads pretty simple. I am doing some fun stuff with Apache Arrow's Flight, which is based on flat buffers mostly. So Google has protobufs, and of course, then they also have flat buffers, which is kind of like protobufs if you squint, but of course, they don't distribute a compiler. You have to build your own compiler, which is super awesome. Anyway, it is a nice packed format that is good for manually memory managed languages. All right, so that seemed to build properly. I kind of want to run it on 8 one time real quick. Make sure that we didn't do anything dumb there before we start trying to run tests. Let's just go ahead and do it, as long as we're talking anyway. Thank you, Streamlabs. Glad to have your contribution there. Yeah, it in theory makes it really easy to pass data back and forth as long as you don't have anything really interesting in your data. So the back. I have no idea what my wife is texting me. It doesn't make sense. Anyway, very distracting now. Yeah, it could well be worthwhile to say let's compile the same thing twice. If you do run it twice, obviously the caching system will kick in and say, hey, I've already run annotation processor for this. I've also already run bytecode for this. It will be different for how Jackal itself runs, and it will recognize that because its inputs are different. I want JavaScript. I want WebAssembly, and then naturally Clojure will be different too. So you'll run one and then the other, and the second one will get to take advantage of the work the other one had done. All right. Water main's getting dug up not too far from here. So that's what I'm getting updated about, that we might lose water here. So that could be fun. For like 3 weeks, someone's yard has had just this fountain of water, probably 5 gallons a minute coming out of it, destroying their yard a little bit. I'm afraid it's going to kill this gigantic tree in the front of their yard and running down the street, but now they're fixing it finally. All right, I'm going to go ahead and land this as is and push it and ask GitHub Actions to make sure it works. It looks like our simple sanity tests have all passed here. So that should be good. We should be just about done here. And then let's go over that diff one more time. Make sure that things are all clear. Good. Okay, making sure these are all actual Java code as opposed to comments or something else, making sure they're actual references. Let's see, this is all part of, I guess, how legacy dev mode does its thing. It's really irritating you can't just, oh, that's what AV stands for, annotation visitor. It's really irritating we can't just call super with the default. I wonder if we can. API checks what the API is. 987.654 experimental. The default class visitor. Let's see, what's the type hierarchy look like here? Class visitor, class writer. So if you instead of extending class visitor, you extended class writer, the constructor here will go ahead and pass 9 directly, the latest API. So how do we, is there some flag we could use to get latest? Like, do they have a constant for latest? Doesn't look like it. Let's get the outline up for this. No? Oh, it's not going to be easy for you to see. Lots and lots of constants. We could look for other references than 9, I guess. There's only one in here. Yeah, that's sort of what we'd want. And experimental, and so they mark it deprecated. Right, because it'll be renamed when you get the next one. I can think of bad ways to do this. We could instantiate a class writer directly and then read from it what its API level was. Because it's going to go ahead and assign API to the API field, and then that'll be readable through getAPI, I think. No? You don't think so? I think so. I got some breakpoints in here trying to hunt down why this kept blowing up. No, they don't ever return API. How do you query that? I mean, we could always add a reflection. There's a terrible idea. The issue is how to interop with WebAssembly app pass strict to and from. Looks like at the moment we can only pass primitive types and strings and array buffers. Yes, of course. In fact, I don't even think you can pass strings. I think you have to convert them to array buffers first. So we can draw something on a canvas. But Rust has WebAssembly binary gen that allows us to pass complex structs back and forth. I bet that they are doing something special there to say, here's what the struct is going to be. Let's take a quick look. What they document for that. No, click there. Don't need images for this, thank you. So you write this and say there's an alert. It takes a string. Expose it from Rust to JavaScript. And then it builds this. Okay, so this is going to be, this hello world here is going to be just plain JavaScript, which is going to deal with the bindings of actually saying, how do you call greet? And chances are that output is going to say, oh, looks like you passed me a string. I better build it into an array buffer. Which, I mean, if you look at the GWT stuff I've made, that's basically just saying, hey, we need a contract here, we need a contract here. Make them call each other. I think you're going to find that is just as simple as anything here. I want to see an example real quick. What the compiled code looks like. Hello world, do they check in the compiled junk, or do I have to build this myself? I don't like running npm local. It always screws something up. I'm trying to contribute a fix to a project right now that I run on my server. It's got this nice little web interface to get access to stuff. And the only way to run it is to follow their instructions, and like step 2 in the instruction is run sudo npm thing. No, thanks guys. I'm actually not going to run sudo on my own computer and let npm have full access to everything. Thanks, guys. Maybe next time. Really need to see. What was that? What was that ad? Adding numbers, small WebAssembly files. Oh, hey, let's look at this. I didn't even see the example. Let's take it apart. Okay, unfortunately, it looks like the whole darn thing is webpacked. That's going to make it a little more exciting to figure out. Let's go back. Can I pop this out? Here. We'll drag it back up when we're taking a closer look. Let's go back to Hello World and see if there's a Hello World runnable, because that'll be simpler, and we'll find that. There we go. There's a greet call inside a promise. So the promise is a dynamic import. So there's different kinds of imports in ES6. And this is a dynamic one, which means it won't be compiled into one single thing. We're going to look for, well, a dynamic import statement. It says so right here. I'm not even reading it. The dynamic import is required due to Webpack blah, but in theory, import greet from this would work as well. You notice that the docs of the main page said you should just do this. That only works if you're not compiling it, because getting the JS ecosystem, even themselves, to just agree on how do you do this compiling thing. So glad not to deal with that on a daily basis. I only have to deal with that on a weekly basis. Okay. Let's take a look what we got. Webpack is going to have that import statement somewhere. Oh, it looks like it even took it apart in a readable way. Oh, look at that. They packed the source too. That's super cool. Hey, what's this? Can you make up your own protocols here? Or do we just have to say Webpack? If we could make up our own thing here, that could be kind of fun. So this is a rewrite of the whole import. And then it will call greet. And so we want to go see the greet definition. We can stick a breakpoint in there. Greet will have this. And greet will be implemented in here in some way. Boy, somebody should tell these guys about optimizing. Greet, here it is. So greet is a function, and the function is a reference to the module itself. Okay, so it is a direct reference to that module. But what is that? It's going to return this, but not invoke it. Greet is a lambda that returns a property. I don't follow. Let's see what's in here. Greet is a direct reference to greet here. And greet is probably hoisted. Here it is. Yeah, pass string to WebAssembly. Yeah, nice try, Dimitri. You tried to trick me. It is going to say take the name and then run it with malloc and realloc to do something fun here. So let's go ahead and put a breakpoint in there and refresh this and see what we come back out of here. So what we pass in is hello world. We've got some functions, and then pointer is going to be a number. They didn't implement DOM access from WebAssembly. That's how they did it. They didn't. They tricked you. Sorry, Dimitri. You're too easy to trick. It looks like they do, but what they do is they build a shim, and the shim is generated JavaScript, and the generated JavaScript bridges the gap between here's the calls you want to make from WebAssembly, and they fill it with this garbage. Which, I mean, there's no other way to do it. Don't get me wrong. I am not saying that this is a bad way to do it. It's clever, and it lies to you. And this is what I was talking about this morning in Gitter, about how TVM and ChirpJ, or however you say that, managed to pull off their tricks. It's because they lie to you. Your strings are actually byte arrays or char arrays or something like that are kept in typed arrays in JavaScript, which means whenever you've got to talk to the DOM, you have to grab all those bytes out and build an actual JavaScript string and pass that into the DOM. And the same thing is happening when you pass strings in and out. It's got to go through a magic function like this with malloc and realloc that says, okay, here's your heap that you're working with. This must close over a heap somewhere. I haven't figured that out. Yeah, here's how you call alert from inside Rust. Let's look at that code real quick. Because they're lying to you, and you were deceived by their tricks. Look at this. There's this extern that we're calling in the browser, and we're saying I'm just going to pass a string to it, and it's cheap and easy. And of course, this is free. And if you put any other DOM call in here, of course you can just pass that thing. And it's a lie. You can't. What happens instead is that when you call alert, you actually are going to call this function here, which has been given to WebAssembly. And WebAssembly will say, and once you're back in JavaScript land, it'll say, okay, there's some value in here. Let's put a breakpoint here so we can see what it looks like. I'm really curious about the stack trace. So we got this pointer, right? All right, we've got the pointer. The pointer is a reference in the heap somewhere, unsafe heap, to this string, which has now been written into the heap. And if we found a reference to the whole heap, we could, is this, no, that's not where we're going to return it. There's got to be some global heap somewhere we can poke. Because when you're emulating something that is memory unsafe, in a memory safe environment, somewhere you got a big ol' byte array. And you're saying, hey, it's a heap, look! If I just let the heap get garbage collected, then I get garbage collection for my unsafe code. Because it's just bytes. It's just bytes. And it's just extra copying and junk like that you gotta do. Anyway, I can't see where the heap is. I'm not gonna worry about it. Hit continue. Okay, now we're getting called out of there. So we started from JavaScript. We called in WebAssembly, and it actually acknowledges that. And it gives us, this is the text representation. There's two representations of WebAssembly. There's the text version, which looks Lispy, right? Parentheses everywhere. And then there's the binary one. So this is the text representation. And apparently we called into this thing here. And this is your greet function, which is, super, super cheap just to do something. And then, of course, it's going to have to call back out to JavaScript to call hello. Or no, I'm sorry. This is just getting in. This is still going to call the actual greet implementation. The greet implementation then is this to here. Okay, so we've allocated the thing we're going to put in here. We've done the formatting thing. And okay, now we'll call alert and make it happen. And the alert itself is more Rust, right? We're not even to JavaScript yet. Calling alert in Rust gets you here to say, okay, well, now we do the whatever math has to be done to say, well, let's make sure the thing is in the right place here. That way we can pass it back out again and nobody will reference it in the meantime. And a lot of this probably has to do with how Rust thinks about scoping. That way it is safe. Anyway, so now we're calling back out into JavaScript again. And back out in JavaScript land, we are here where I guess it returns a function, immediately invokes the function. This is like our entry wrapper, I guess, in GWT. It's going to wrap up this function, immediately invoke this function, and get us in here to say, okay, so here we are. Here's a number, which is a pointer, and another number, which is, I guess, another pointer. So this is probably offset in length to say, go get the string from WebAssembly. This was convert my string into WebAssembly, which is basically write it to the heap at some free location by malloking some memory, and then return the pointer. And this says, okay, I've already got memory allocated. Go to this byte address, copy for that many bytes. Let's go inside and see what it does. Should really change the title thingy. I guess it's over there. To say we're doing WebAssembly because we get a lot more people interested. But that's okay because I'm kind of shit talking it anyway. So it's going to say we're advancing the pointer. We're decoding the memory at this subarray, and then we're doing this copy operation to get it out. Oh yeah, absolutely we can do the same. So if you look at how GWT RPC works, you take whole beans and you just say, look, I need to get this into a typed array. And then once it's into a typed array, you can do anything with it. You can pass it to web workers for free. You can pass it to WebAssembly for free. You still have to write it to their heap. That's the only downside. So we would have to have some operation that's just going to loop through and copy bytes, which is, it's not free, but it's relatively cheap. Just depends on how much you're passing back and forth. So this is the get string from it. I guess it advances the, can't do in my head what that's going to be here. I want to look at pass string to WebAssembly. Here we go. If you don't pass it a string, it will complain, which means a null. It'll blow up. If realloc is undefined, but it's not going to be, we have the length, which is, note that this is JavaScript. So the length is number of characters, not the number of bytes. And then they malloc the number of bytes. That doesn't look right to me. And then they get an int array. Oh, this is the underlying full memory. That doesn't make sense. This looks like it's wrong to me. Unless that shift is doing something that I don't understand. What's that doing real quick? If I said, where's my console? If I said I want 4. Okay, that must just be a convert to int function. So I don't know why they're getting away with that, because what if you pass in something that was Unicode? Or do we just not care about Unicode? Nope, not clear to me. I'm sure they've done something careful here to handle this. So they use WebIDL to generate shims to JS interop with DOM. Not really great. Yeah, my vote personally would be that we not do that. If we got to do that, we should do it in our own side, and we should have Java talking to Java, but it's JavaScript on the one side and it's WebAssembly on the other side, and have whatever shim layer you want there. Justin is thinking a lot about this with his so-called GWT. I think we need a different name than that. But it is the way where we're going to need to say how do we pass this back and forth. Once it works in one JavaScript or Java process, how do we split it between the two? And how do we pass messages back and forth? And the same idea is going to have to happen here to say, how do we break this up? How do we make it feel like it's not split? That we're just calling methods back and forth. Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think that there's really no other way to do it based on WebAssembly we have today. I think it is unfortunate that they give the impression that this is free or cheap, because it totally isn't. I don't know how they are referencing objects back and forth. So for example, what if you pass an element into Rust? If you pass a DOM element in, how are you going to do that? Well, we're going to do that by keeping a mapping from here is a pointer in the Rust side, and on the JavaScript side, we will just have an index from, or a map from pointer to DOM element. And then we will have to wait until on the Rust side, you say, I'm going to free that element. And Rust is going to have to be safe. Rust has got all kinds of cool stuff to say, hey, it's in scope, and now it's out of scope. And when Rust calls free to say, go ahead and release this DOM element, calls out to JavaScript, and it says, clear out this pointer here. Remove that DOM element from your mapping. But then every time Rust wants to call a method on your DOM element, it's going to say, hey, I've got this thing that lives at address whatever. Please call this method on it. And so it's going to be some kind of glue code that says pointer and method name and a bunch of arguments. And here we are in GWT looking at how we do legacy dev mode. And what do you think legacy dev mode does when you want to call a method from JavaScript into Java? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because it's the same damn thing. It's not in shell. It'll be in here. Oh, it's been a long time since I got into this. But this is how legacy dev mode Jisny calls into Java, with that special notation, that at notation, to say, hey, here's the Java class I want to call. It's basically saying, at this pointer, there is an object which is of this type, and it has this method on it. And here are the arguments. Figure it out. And this is why you have to specify your method arguments in your Jisny call to say, hey, either there's only one method, so whatever you find works, or here's the exact implementation I want to call, because I'm calling it from JavaScript. And if we were to run legacy dev mode and you look at the Java stack trace, once it gets into Java, you see that it's actually a call to string pointer of some kind. Obviously, it's not a real pointer because we're in Java, but it'll be some index in a giant array. So it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun to call back and forth and do this. The question is, can you do it cheaply and can you do it transparently? It is cool that they have managed to do that. Yeah, it's cool that they've managed to do that. It is unfortunate that for all that work, there are a lot of these things that actually don't get any faster. The Apache Arrow implementation of Flight in Rust is slower. And this is basic number crunching. This is giant buffer of values. Do some transforms to that. Just iterate through memory and do transforms. Sort this data. Add 1 to every row. Junk like that. It ends up being slower than the naive JavaScript implementation. Last I checked, anyway. It's possible it's improved in the last year. I didn't look too closely because I didn't like the JavaScript, and the Rust was even worse. So it really wasn't worth the look. Anyway, so there's a distraction for half an hour. Get back to making this pull request, or this commit on the pull request. So this is all of the binding code that GWT itself uses to achieve exactly what we were just talking about. How do we marry one bytecode language to another bytecode language, or JavaScript to Java? How do we actually marry them? That way, two different runtimes are running at the same time, passing values back and forth, or passing payloads back and forth, but not actual values. We can't, passing payloads back and forth, which contain values, but we don't actually pass the real object. When you use legacy dev mode, you pass basically, hey, over there in Javaland, there's a reference with this number on it. Go find it. And then from Javaland, hey, over there in JavaScript land, here's a reference with a number on it. Let me call a DOM method from in Java. That's how those are implemented. And that bridge is super expensive, which is why your legacy dev mode was actually faster than your browser, your compiled to prod, except when you actually called the DOM. So if you ended up doing a lot of number crunching in Java, it would be faster in legacy dev mode, but your actual manipulating the DOM is slower. And they could do that blocking with a plugin. They can do that blocking in WebAssembly because they do. It is blocking. We could write a tool in WebAssembly that emulated the entire JVM, like Chirp does, and run legacy dev mode inside of that. And now you get your free calls back and forth, and because it's local development, you probably don't care about performance. It does have the same problem that legacy dev mode had, where as you have differences between the implementations, things go a little crazy. And developers tear their hair out and hate the tool. Okay, so we have added all these new things. Let me make a commit message for this. All right, we are going to need to run a test of this. Let's make a new branch. This is going to fail because Javadoc will fail. Chicken egg problem here. This is irritating. Let me think about this. So we have all these tests that don't pass in Java 17. We also have Javadoc that doesn't pass in 17. You can't see my hands. Tests that don't pass in Java 17. Javadoc that doesn't pass in Java 17. We need both of them to work in order to use Java 17. I wanted to separate them, but I think that's not going to work. So let's go back over to Javadoc. Here. And then cherry pick the commit we just made. We can also strip down the Javadoc patch to not actually run on 17 and just change the Javadoc the way we want it. I think we're actually going to do that for real. Let's go ahead and get this running though. Autocomplete's being a little dumb. No, I'm being dumb. Push origin Javadoc. Cool. Let's pull up GitHub, my fork, and in only about 2 hours, this will be done. 2 hours and 15 minutes. We want the full build. Keep an eye on this. It's going to run on each of these Java versions. Okay, so let's redo this patch in a way that makes sense. Dimitri, why don't you like the name of TVM? All right, fair enough. I can't argue with that, I guess. Chat's not here, so if you're listening later, well, I didn't find a better argument. I don't like it because I don't like it. All right, we're gonna strip all this stuff off. We're going to just do the JavaDoc stuff. Did I do this wrong? I did this wrong, didn't I? Yeah, that was a mistake. I just got to back up to here. That'll be fine. Here, actually. Make sure we're off of main. We're not. Are we? Did I misread that? No, we're not. All right, so we are dropping both of these. We are fixing the URL to be Java 11 because it'll matter eventually, and we're dropping frames. Let's look at the pull request. GitHub for GWT project. GWT pulls proposal update to 17. The changes we had here were pretty nearly the same. We changed that URL, we dropped no index, we fixed the URL, and we dropped frames. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to go ahead and push this as is. And then mark it ready for review. Right? You're right? Yeah. Push, origin, JavaDoc. Cool. All right, forced update. There's a search in 11. Yes. All right, so dropped frames. Okay, cool. So with that done, I think we go ahead and merge that into the next release. This is just awful, guys. It's like, I don't know. This is just like a caricature of the things that are hard to do with CSS. And the default table just butchered. Does it make it wider? Does it? No, of course not. Wouldn't make it better if I made it wider. All right. Let's keep an eye on this. I think I should rebase this branch. I think we should rename it too. And rebase it onto this. Once this is merged, we will be able to do test fixes, and then we can get other Java 11 stuff in. So let's make a better branch for this. We'll rebase up to the top of this. I'm going to use the old commit name, which was Java 17 CI test. CI, we'll just start with that. br-d Java 17 CI test. We'll fix that in a minute. We're going to rebase that onto JavaDoc for Yeah. All right. Now this is the thing that changes CI to add 17 in 3 commits. So the 3 commits are, first of all, default to build on 17 instead of 11, allow dev test to pass, update the RF tool, and then update everything else. Okay, cool. Let's make our test branch again, that we can build this one more time separately and have it ready to go. Okay. Okay, I'm going to assume that we're going to merge these as is, and then continue on to the next piece, which is the Java 9 emulation stuff. Let's go to my follow-up and find the emulation here. And I think we're going to go ahead and rebase this up. All right. So we got Javadoc changes that we build on 17 cleanly, but tests don't pass yet. We have tests passing and Javadoc built on 17. And then we have a few more things here to say, let's add modern list.of, map.of, set.of. And I forget what's in this commit. So we'll take a look at this, figure out what's in there. This is a style fix for the other commits here. This is probably just fixing some exclusions. What? List.of. Oh, I see. We don't need to return empty list. Why not? The test probably will bear this out, what the difference is here. Probably that you can't remove things, something like that. Okay, so I'm gonna have to repush these anyway and merge them anyway once we're there, but let's go ahead and push this. So this is building again. Let's look at the last couple of commits, see what's happening here. So this is a work in progress, so we're not quite finished with it yet. To say let's run Java 9, 10, and 11 if you are not running Java 8, and we'll assume that 11 is the latest. Right now we've just copied this and said only run 9, 10, 11. Same class path. Okay, that's it, I guess. Do we reference the 11 build from something earlier? It doesn't look like we do. Let's go to user build and fix that. As soon as it finds it, anytime now. There we go. Let's go find that Java 11. Should be right here. Compile tests. Did we actually fix the run as well as the compile? We've got compile tests 11. Oh, we didn't actually finish. Okay, so that's what work in progress means. We didn't actually finish it. So we're going to say, if you ask to compile tests, we're going to build for Java 8 and for Java 11. And then we need to run that too. Do we need a comma there? What are you grumpy about? Yeah, we need a comma. And then we need the runner for our tests. These are all the various runners, and it looks like they just run everything. Let's go one of the ones we know we run. Test dev, test web HTML unit. That's a good one. It looks like we don't branch this based on which JVM you're using. We just compile everything, and then we run whatever the includes was. And if your Java 8, if Java 8 is false, which means right now 11, then we want to also include the other suites we just added. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab this and paste it a couple of times. This is 10. And this is 11. So it only runs suites anyway. It never runs individual test classes. And the dev excludes is going to skip, apparently, emul test suite. Yeah, okay, it's got the same pro. That's weird. It's skipping Java 8 suite if Java 8 is false. That's probably an oversight. So same deal. And I'm getting a call. Sorry for that. Thanks. Just double checking nothing's on fire. All right, let's make this 10 and 11. Okay, let's see. That should be okay. We're probably going to have to run all of these. I might deliberately break these to make sure things fail as expected. We'll do that in GitHub, though, because I don't want to run that myself locally, because that'll take me a couple hours. Cool. Okay. Where'd the window with all the people talking go? There we go. Nobody's talking. Cool. Yeah. So the next piece we're going to do is we're going to make sure that a test actually fails as expected. Let's grab one of the Java 9 tests. Additionally, this will enable some adding more Java emulation. Well, so that is a separate. Yeah, if you're talking about the Jackal side, that's separate. In GWT itself, we don't care because it's not going to use modules anyway. We don't have to deal with this module-based junk. If you are adding your own emulation, that is going to be irritating. You are going to have to find a way to say, hey, I'm building from a custom Java base, which you control. And that is just a standard, sorry, Java sucks issue. The good news is it's super source. You don't have to compile it when you are writing your own library. It would probably be a good idea to test it, but you don't actually have to compile it. In Jackal, we do have to compile it. We have to compile it using standard Java C because we need the bytecode to build other downstream projects against it. And that's just going to be a limitation of how Jackal wants to work because it doesn't own the whole world. GWT pretty explicitly owns the whole world. They say, it says, just give me all your sources. I'm going to put them into one giant pile of sources. And as you add more libraries, it just throws everything on the one big pile and ignores the fact that there might be modules and just cooks the whole thing together in one big package. There's technically incremental compiles that happen, but it's incrementals that it extracted while compiling it the first time to say, here's what the graph looks like. Go ahead and pull out the parts that might reference each other. Jackal says, I don't have to think about that. That's not my problem. Please compile everything separately and run everything separately. Annotation processor works great with runtime. We use bytecode tasks to run with Turbine. Sorry, runtime Turbine. Yes. True. We need your regular Java C though for any non-reactor. I'm sorry, for any in-reactor processors. Because if you use Turbine to compile a processor that's part of your own project, Turbine will actually scoop out all the brains and just leave it as method signatures. And then it won't be able to run on your own project. So as long as you can promise that you will never have processors in your own project, what you're suggesting will work. Yes, that's true. And that is something we could probably make configurable. And if you filed an issue for that, we could probably. Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and continue ignoring them over there. Hopefully they quit messaging me. Nothing's on fire. Turbine generated not stripped. Generates not stripped annotation processor. Yeah, that's not the problem though. I recognize that when you are running Turbine on existing annotation processors, they will generate real sources. That way you can get that. The problem is, what if you have an annotation processor in your reactor and you change your annotation processor? Every time you change it, do you want to do a Maven install and stop Jackal watch and then start it again? Or are you going to be content with that? Or are you going to say, look, damn it, just watch my code, and if something changes, then let's just have it change, right? That's the problem that potentially we have to worry about here. It's got this little X thingy on it, which usually means there's something not committed. Is it just the fact that I've got all this garbage here? Probably. Its status says we're good. Yep, okay, no changes. So let's find a Java 9 test and break it. We should have no annotation processor in reactor projects or skip them. Well, it's not just a matter of skipping them, it's a matter of actually picking them out from M2 repository. Yes. If that's your opinion, we can make an option that does that. Absolutely. As long as everyone has that same opinion. Yes, we can do that. Okay, so let's break this test. There we go. What's that going to do? Nope, that's not going to break the test. We need to actually call it with a different method. This one, we'll break it like this. So it needs to make sure you get an immutable set of these items, that there's nothing extra in that collection. And then we want to run a test of just set. So let's see if I can find set test. Nope, I can't. Java 9 test. Nope. Let's look at, so the problem is I ran it too long ago with the usual bash history, and so it got lost. So we need to say cd user, are we in Java 8? Technically, yes. Are we using, okay, we're on Java 8. So now we want to say ant test, sorry, not yet. cd user ant test And then we say our includes, instead of all suites, is going to just be like that. Put a star on it just to be sure. No, we need a suite. We need suites. It's going to grab all suites. Okay, so it should exclude it automatically anyway, so this should be safe. If we just say Java 9 suite star, let's try it. See what happens. No matches found. I think it is trying to escape that. Let's see if it figures that out. If it starts running every other test in the world, then we know we did it wrong. So for the web excludes, we've got one thing. We've also got another one for dev excludes. And dev includes excludes. This starts off as just star suite, so we should be changing it to just the Java 9 suite. And includes and excludes containing the same thing. I think we'll skip it. I guess we'll find out. After we compile everything. No obvious progress here, which is good news because it tends to quit when it fails on any one thing. We have a patch coming up that is adding some Windows test fixes. It would be nice to actually run our tests on Windows. That'd be another thing we could work on today. Oh, there's a new bug. We gotta look at this. Issues. Yeah, so there's this bug, having a parent interface like the following. We've got parent interface, which has some generics, and a sub interface. It's static automatically and public by definition, but has no generics. And then a child interface, which extends the parent interface. Seems like we shouldn't need it to be in there to cause this bug, but whatever. This will fail to compile. That child interface handler. Oh, I see, it's referenced here. Is not a valid substitute for the bounded parameter u extends parent interface handler. So what we're saying is this here expects u to be some implementation of this. And then we, right here, extend that. And we say, now I'm making it concrete. It needs to be child interface handler. Child interface handler is here, and it does extend this. But the workaround is to fully qualify this. And that will fix it. So it looks like a GWT bug, but we're going to have to try it out and find out what happens. So I think we should grab this and make a test case for this, and maybe even see if we can figure out where to fix it in GWT itself. Now that we've got these other patches at least running. Where would you test that kind of a thing in GWT itself? Let's think about that. That's going to be in a user test somewhere. User test. Would it be in test super? Looks like a lot of Java 8 stuff. I don't think this is what we want. These are super sources for tests. We don't want this. We want just plain GWT tests. Is it going to be in dev? No. What did I just say that this was super sourcing? Dev JJS. Okay, so we want to go into dev JJS and look for some Java language tests that happen in here. Right, so this is about, what do you think, generics? Well, this is a running test. It shouldn't anyway. And we already got a failure. Go look at that. We haven't gotten far enough to really matter about being derailed. Tests, the coverage. Oh, maybe we... Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Okay, so this is going to fail over in our checks. Something's got the wrong ASM or something. I'm kind of surprised we haven't already bombed out of these. Maybe we're still in the compiler test or something? It's only been 20 minutes. We might still be in compiler tests. Yeah, it's building... Oh yeah, it's probably gonna get to the end of this section and then say, here's the things that failed. Looks like it just finished compiler tests here. Yeah, so we're about to fail both of these, I guess. Place JRE suite. Oh boy, there's a lot of these that are failing. Huh. We may have to go back and hunt that down separately. Class visitor. See, this just really irritates me. We could just use enums for this instead of numbers, but there we are. Compiled classes probably... Oh, this is probably our constructor here. Bytecode signature maker. And this is where we just changed this to ASM 9. And we are probably picking up the wrong version of ASM at this part of the class path. Yep, we are now getting test failures. Animation suite failed. Yeah, so everything's about to crash. Okay, cool. Perfect timing. Request factory GWT JRE suite failed. Do all those always fail on 8? Is this going to be an 8 versus 11 difference? If I switch to 11, am I going to get away with this? Nope, we are also failing in 17. Okay. So I think we got a class path problem. And the question is, where are we getting the wrong copy of ASM from? So let's hook up a debugger and trap on this. Class visitor, line 70. That's the internal one. Well, that doesn't align properly. We should have failed there, so we're definitely getting the wrong copy. So instead of failing there, let's fail here in bytecode signature maker 59. Right here. So before we step in, we will figure out where we get that class, where we loaded that class from, which jar it came from. And now we want to say, I want to debug this. And that's how we're going to do that. Let's switch to Java 8, just so we can stay in Java 8 mode for a moment. And then we'll test the other ones separately. User, we need JRE, JVM args. Right there. We're going to suspend. Do we want to suspend? Let's see, this was the first one. It failed pretty quick. Let's go ahead and suspend. I can be a little slower that way. And then we're going to run the same test again. I suppose we could switch to just the coverage test now. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So we'll go ahead and hit enter here. And then once we get there, once it pauses here, it'll say, hey, waiting for connection. I will hit this breakpoint, and we'll see what happens. Oh boy. Well, there's lots of things happening in a bad way. Looks like we did something really dumb. I think we only want the coverage HTML unit. Let's figure out where that comes from. Maybe we can pick a more specific target. Yeah, coverage, test coverage HTML unit. Let's do that. I really don't like Ant very much. But beating my head on the wall with it for this long has at least taught me what I need to do. Here we go. Okay, so now we're running the coverage. Let's get in there and see what we see. We want to real quick look up on the internet, how do you find out which jar a class was loaded from? There's something really simple. I just can't remember what it is. Get protection domain.get code source. Cool. Just going to go ahead and copy that, and then .get location. Okay, so here we are about to call a superconstructor. If we step into, that looks right, and that doesn't look right. We're highlighting the wrong number. So now we want to say Alt F8 and bring up class visitor.class. We want to paste, please. It's not going to paste for me. Get protection. Wait, why did you do that? Why is it removing the rest of that? That's irritating. This is the last time I called it, because I was debugging this the last time I had the GWT code base open. ASM 7.1. So that's not good. Someone did something dumb and left ASM 7.1 on the class path. I'll bet you nickel it was me. Let's see, this is Eclipse garbage. That is wrong, though. So we missed fixing this. Oh, it's embarrassing. So we don't even know if tests are running properly in the current version of GWT. It would be really, really nice to tear this all out and do it properly. There's only 4 in this file. The rest must be over in dev. Yep, 9.2 is what we really want. Okay, so we're going to have to cherry pick that back, because that's been broken for a while. Let's look for more ASM 7.1s that are in XML files. That is an output file. We can ignore it. Let's actually put 7 on there. That's it. Okay, so that's the only thing we missed. Still embarrassing. Okay, let's try this again. Let's just run the one thing. We'll turn off that debugger. As soon as I figure out where I put it, up here. All right, let's try that. That'll be a couple minutes, but it should just run the one test. We'll confirm it, and then we'll backport that fix back to where we were originally making all those changes. It's interesting that it inlined the number. Right, because that's how constants work in Java. When you reference something like static field in... Make my point clear if you could autocomplete faster, computer. When you reference a static field that's an int, so this is an interface, so all of its fields are automatically public and final. So this is a constant, and it will... Hey, look at that, it passed. It will automatically grab this and take that number and put it in your bytecode where you're actually calling it from. fun fact about how this all works. Oh my goodness, I've been a jerk. Captions are not running. Need to figure a better workflow for this. I need like a checklist to say, hey, you're doing things on a stream now, so you need to click the button. How about that? All right, well, that's embarrassing. I'm gonna need to find a way to remember to do that. All right, so we're gonna try to run the whole suite. It seemed to run some test suites that we didn't actually expect here, because it's not just running the Java 9 test suite, it's running a whole bunch of other junk. Yeah, look at all this stuff. I want to just target this one test right now, or do I want to backport it first? I think we just target this one test right now, and then we'll backport it and get them running. Because all of these are going to fail, inevitably. Man, it makes me wonder what else we got out of date here. Okay, so these should be feeding just from GWT test case includes. If we look at the coverage test, it is reading from coverage HTML tests, which is just that, apparently. The problem is probably that we're running all these other suites that don't matter. Yeah, we're running the JRE suites. That's the problem. Okay, I'm going to just make the decision that I don't care, and we're going to go ahead and run the whole thing. Because those should be pretty fast anyway, all those JRE tests. Hopefully it shouldn't need to recompile too much. It just has to change the class path for the test. We already did that once. We're just really changing the target we're running. Hey, here we go. We're already getting tests running. So coverage failed. Core JRE suite. That sure seems like it's running a lot more than I had expected. Did I specify the wrong command? Animation JRE suite. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, JRE suites are fine. What's the core JRE suite do? All the core tests that don't need a GWT test case. Async fragment loader test. How does that run without a JRE? Or just in a JRE? Okay, must just be some logic in here to say we're just testing the logic of how does the loader work. It's nice that they broke that up. I didn't realize they had done that. That's nice. This is actually specifically for testing, so that makes sense. The stub scheduler. It wouldn't be ever used inside of GWT itself. And strict mode test. This actually is going to run the compiler, I suspect, which is kind of nasty to do in user tests, but whatever. All right, we seeing any failures scroll through here? Looking good. I think next time I would not run all tests. I would just run one or two kinds. That way we can get legacy dev mode and regular production builds with draft or without draft. Because we really want to see a failure. That's the goal here. We don't want to see a failure right now. We're running Java 8 right now. We don't want to see a failure for this. This should not fail. But then as soon as I switch to Java 11, we should see a failure. And then something broke where I had an impossible invalid property ref. I've seen this before. We didn't change this, though. That's the weird part. This hasn't changed in a long time. Has this changed? Nope, this hasn't changed either. How is it invoking compile dev tests from here? This isn't a dependency. Invalid property ref. So GWT is going to be defined. See, I can believe it was this wrong because I just changed this. Let's scan these to make sure we don't have failures, and then let's manually run what we actually want to fail. And then we'll switch to the 11 side, and then we'll figure out what's going on with other branches. And then if this has not gone away, because it's ant. Ant is weird and flaky. Well, it's not just ant that's the problem. It's the build setup here that's the problem. I would love for someone to volunteer and say, hey, I'm going to rewrite this in Maven or Gradle. We do have a patch that gets kind of close to breaking things up, so we've got reasonable class paths, but who's got time for that? There's no refs in here. That's something else recently changed. Nothing near here has got any property refs that should matter. So let's change this from test to the dev test. Let's pick test, no, we're still in the HTML unit. Test dev HTML unit, and test draft HTML unit, and test web HTML unit. All right, dev, draft, and web. Go. And as long as the tests themselves pass, we sort of kind of don't care about the rest. It doesn't even look like they wrote tests out last time. Did I even select a real test? Is that the problem? I didn't, because it should be excluded. So this is an indication that it worked. Let's switch to 11. It can't find an 11. Do a 17. We'll do 17 first. And it should fail the test now. Run it and fail it. Build successful. Well, that's not ideal. We did something dumb. GWT JUnit test case includes. All right, what do we do here? The value equals this if this is false. This should be false if it's 11, which means we should be this one here. The excludes should pick the Java 9 suite. Is it called Java 9 suite, or did I do something really dumb there? Emule Java 9 suite. Yeah. So when you use computers, they get real picky about not naming things right. We had a Bazel project set up on a Mac recently. It also had a build directory, and you can't have a directory called build with all lowercase in the same file, in the same directory on a Mac as you have a file that's all uppercase build. Because they don't put file extensions on Bazel because, I don't know why. Still didn't run. I'm going to kick a little bit more of this just in case it says, oh, everything's up to date. Let's kick the user test stuff. Let's see, do I have test classes in there? Or is it just the test reports? Yeah. So let's kill the reports. It'll make it easier for us to find output. bin test is the test, the classes themselves, so we can throw that away, and then see if it happens to compile the tests properly this way. Because it's really a compilation problem. It's not even going to compile them, and once it doesn't compile them, it can't find them and run them. This is weird. I'm just looking at my logs from Twitch as it started up, as long as I gotta wait for this to go. And it looks as though the domain name is livevideo.net. Probably that way they can separate their domain name. Sorry, their DNS problems from the producer side, from the consumer side. Can't connect to the server, but probably there is DNS there, and that's the issue, that they've just got completely different DNS, different services. Interesting. Boy, typing live video dot whatever is really making the internet think I want something I don't want while doing a live stream. Live? No, that can't be right. Maybe I need quotes or something. Build successful. Did it do anything useful? Did not do anything useful. So we're still not building the tests we want. Emule Java 9 Suite. Enum Java 9 Suite. Is nobody reading what I'm doing on my screen? Man. Am I just the annoying developer in the cube next to you? Just so you got a little background noise? The guy who won't shut up while he's working? Yep, it is specific to Twitch. Cool. It's just interesting to see what you're doing. Fair enough. Still didn't work. Let's see if it compiled. Now the typos are done. EMULJAVA 9 SUITE. Okay, looks good. Let's see. Bin test com Google wit emule test. No Java 9 Suite. We're on the right version here, right? I mean the check shouldn't be kicking in anymore. Go Java home is 17. And it did say it was running compile tests Java 11. Okay, so maybe the target Java 11 is failing us. Compile tests Java 11. Okay, here's where it's declared. It's implemented down here. We only run it if Java 8 is false. It's not happy about includes for some reason. Oh. So this Java-C has excludes. This GWT Java-C has excludes. This GWT Java-C is using includes instead. I guess this doesn't declare an includes and excludes. We have an excludes. Let's look back in time and see how this was implemented back when we had Java 7 versus 8. So here is a person who touched it. Oh, that's me. All right, so we got to annotate the previous revision, go back a little further. This commit here was drop support for running on Java 7. Cool. So that looks pretty close to what we're going to want to see. Let's annotate that revision. But it looks like at this point it was still... Oh, no, we need to go back one more version. Let's close this so I don't have too many things open here. Annotate previous. And now this has compile test, which runs Java 8. Did I get the wrong version again? Drop support for building on Java 8. I got the wrong version. previous revision. Here we go. So we got a Java 7 and a Java 8. So this is kind of like what we've just written already in Ant to say I want to run both Java 7 and Java 8. Here's the Java 7 one, which will do a GWT build with an includes. And the Java 8 one is right here, which has a GWT Java C includes. So did someone get rid of includes here? Here's the excludes. I don't see an includes. Is this one of those things that just coincidentally worked even though it was garbage? Probably. Probably. All right. That's super disappointing. We're excluding all the Java 8s. Hey, let's before we go there, let's see how we actually built this to say what was it doing for the Java 7 versus 8. We were excluding things that were 8 specific. And then for the Java 8 side, there's no excludes, but there's specific includes on Java 8. Okay, that seems to make sense. Our excludes all the 9, 10, 11 stuff, which is fine. And then over here, there's no excludes, it's just includes, which seems to suggest it should grab everything. Compile test Java 11. Does it build to a different directory or something? I don't think you can actually run one of these dash targets. Yeah, it doesn't want me to do that. Where's that Java 9 suite? Here it is. It's in the same directory as emul Java 8 suite, emul Java 9 suite. And there's also this Java 9 directory, which is where we do set, list, and map. And naturally, those did not get copied over because they didn't get compiled at all. I wonder if we've got some global exclude that's hitting this. Web excludes. Should this actually be excluding all the Java 9 stuff? Did I make a mistake there? Let's go back to where this was. So we excluded Java 8 on both sides. And then what happened before this? Because I wrote this back in 2020. And then previously, we only set this exclude Java 8 if Java 8 is false. I bet I got it backward. No, it's the if Java 8 is false. Yeah, it is backward. If Java 8 is false, I don't like this is false. Why don't they just make it as true and then invert these? That way you don't have an if false else, because that means true. So if Java 8 is true, then these are the excludes. Yeah, that's correct. If Java 8 is false, these are the excludes, Jerry, Sweet, and optimized only. So is there something else that's excluding the Java 9 suite? What if we just didn't do that here? Because I think we're actually excluding in multiple places. Let's just focus on, rather than running, let's focus on compiling. Yeah, they didn't pop up. So that's not it. We'll just break things until it actually works. Dev excludes. I wonder if there's some other marker you're supposed to use to say, hey, this is already up to date, don't run it. I know Ant, rather than actually checking to see what's in the file system, it has its own way of doing that. Like Gradle does, for example, where it says, oh yeah, I don't need to do that, it's already done. How did that work way back here? We ran 7 and 8. 7, compile 7, depends on these things. It has a specific javac out directory. Here's the destination directory. Again, that javac jigging it out. But then for Java 8, it has a destination directory but doesn't make it. And it depends on Java 8 tests. Let's put this side by side. I mean, they're already so wide anyway, it's going to be impossible to read properly, but whatever. Here's the current one. And we'll just try to make sure. I guess instead of side to side, they should be top and bottom. So let's split down, make my console smaller. So the if makes sense. The depends does not make sense. We could just have it depends on compile tests Java 8. Source dir is test, destination dir is the same. We're not going to do a source and target, I guess. I'll think about that some more. And the includes is explicitly the things we want, even though it doesn't do anything. Let's see if that makes a difference. These streams have been the most helpful in understanding the future of GWT and Jackal. I've used GWT for many years, but have never been actively engaged in the community. I'm getting up to speed on how the community works and together in the thought process. Yeah, so this is a problem because Twitch streams aren't really accessible to everyone. For me, I find it a powerful motivator to actually get stuff done in the ecosystem. We used to do community calls. That's true. That's true. We had a problem getting enough material to do them more than once or twice a year because we would get a lot of material backed up. The production work takes a ton of time too. I mean, not even just getting people lined up. I don't know. You've got to have material to talk about each person before they come on. It was a lot of us doing the work, and then we'd burn out and not like doing it anymore. So we do publish these videos, and I used to do shorter clips to be able to say, hey, let's share them. They weren't getting a lot of sharing, so I was sort of assuming people weren't watching them. So how do we get the goal for me, at least, was let's get the production requirements down so that I can just do stuff and show that it's working and why it's a pain to get it working. Yeah. I don't personally think that this is a huge help for the average developer, but it is motivation for me to get the work done. I think it'd be better if I was spending more time building sample projects and solving specific problems rather than fighting Ant, because who wants to be fighting Ant? But unfortunately, it's got to get done. Until we get this done, we don't get newer emulation stuff. And we don't get Java 17. I know Amit is just itching to get Java 17 stuff done. So it didn't do anything again, or at least it says it didn't do anything. Let's check the file system. Let's delete this and try it again, just in case it's going to be a jerk and say, oh, well, the directory already exists, so I guess I don't need to do it. One of the things I want to get to is more blogging, more writing up about what we're doing. It's really hard to write documentation, to just sit down and write good documentation, but blogs at least get part of the way there, even if they get stale relatively quickly. I am going to try, I don't know when, I'm going to try to make a point of writing for something like 10 minutes about some technical task I'm doing, and probably just sit on them for the first week. And then after that, start putting them out somewhere. Probably Mastodon to start with, just because you can write a little more there, and I am really enjoying my content there, or the content I'm consuming there. Let's see how this works. And then starting to say, okay, can we shift to official blog posts? Where is this? Dev, JJS. I forgot the package we should test. Nope, it's not in here. What's the package supposed to be? Emule test. Google Quit Emule test. So anyway, as unfortunate luck would have it, I get to have surgery twice this summer, which is gonna screw with my schedule a fair bit. I don't know how much yet. I'm hoping I'm only gonna lose a couple of days to each one, but I'm not gonna be able to work if I have to be drugged up at all afterward to deal with recovery. Hoping that's not gonna be a problem. There's an excellent chance it won't be, but just in case it is, if I can be in a mode of just practicing writing and putting something short together before I get to that event, I will hopefully be able to keep that going and at least get something, spend a little bit of time writing something. I don't need my full monitor setup, I think, for that. I think a single laptop screen will work very well for that. And just try to focus on distilling the thought out for why it's important, how we're fixing it, how we're making sure it worked. You know, whatever those criteria are for publishing something. So that's part of my plan to say this is good for a particular kind of content and for demonstrating that work is getting done. It is less good for getting information into the brains of the people who need it with casual search. Because I personally don't much care for watching videos to learn things. I would watch it for the engagement side and to see this is what I watch other developers for. But a lot of other developers don't stream during the week. The main ones I watch are either very intermittent or only on the weekends. To say, hey, it's a personal project. It might be constructive to say, hey, it's a personal project, but I care about it, and we're looking for funding about it. If you missed it, we actually got a decent chunk of funding this week. Actually just came in today. There is a company that's been using GWT, and they just tossed a couple $1,000s. Yeah. So that's serious. I mean, if you could get 20, 30 companies doing that, who say, yes, we get enough value out of this that every year or so we can throw a chunk of change at the community. I mean, never mind Vertispan necessarily going after that and saying, hey, we've been doing the work, maybe we can get paid for it. But just being able to drum up a little more contributions and say, let's put a bug bounty on this stuff. People who are doing the work trying to make sure that I recognize they're already getting their own problem solved by doing that. But if we can say, this is a concrete improvement to the whole ecosystem, you should be rewarded for that. I don't know how to drive that. Anyway, we're a ways off from that being a reality. One company, we've got three or so other companies who have given what they can when they can, and that is the consistency is almost more important than the amount. Just to say, we've got money, we have been saved time through this effort here. That has some real value to it. But the size of the donation also makes a big difference here. Getting distracted. Nothing's getting done here. This doesn't work. What am I doing wrong here? Need to look at the Java 8 version here. If it's false, see that we're flipping that condition here. We've also got this dev excludes. web excludes and dev excludes. Did we get both of those right? See, it's just the compile side that should matter here. We just want to say, run this compile. What if we remove the Java 8 one for the moment? And it figure out where it's supposed to write. Is this even doing anything? It's Java 11. We'll remove the dependency on this. There's only one place that should depend. Okay, I guess there's two. So for the moment, let's just knock that out. It does seem weird that lang test is getting excluded. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Oh, trivially passed. So why didn't it run? Why didn't GWT run? So what does GWT do? It says, make the directory, run Java C from the source to the destination. It has excludes but no includes. So why is that a no op? Why doesn't it do anything? If I get rid of bin test, which is the output path, I think. Am I doing this wrong? Is that not the output path? Destination directory is Java C out, bin test. Yep, that's correct. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Now that I'm down to just that one target. It's not doing anything. Let's see, compile test. Oh, this is the API checker. Sorry, I'm on the wrong one. I need to go back here. Let's back up just directly this way. Source test is Java. Does excludes default to something absurd? Could that be the problem? Excludes defaults to nothing. Source and target are whatever the defaults are. 8. Java C contents are the other attributes we pass, the other arguments we pass to Java C when we run it. I'm wondering if maybe we need to be explicit about that excludes. Can we put an includes in here? I don't know. Like that. It's not doing anything. What are we doing wrong? Let's see. Source directory is test. Destination directory is Java C JUnit out. Source directory is test. Destination directory is Java C JUnit out. There is an excludes. There's a processor path or extra class path. Test extra class path. There's a bunch of error-prone arguments, and then there's some class path elements, and then running the processor. We skipped the processor because that doesn't actually need to be run for this. Same class path things here. What if we just start removing things? Say, oh, you don't need a class path to compile that code. And maybe you don't need error-prone arguments because we're okay with it failing. No? What is going on? Source directory is test. Is there anything in here anymore? It should be creating a bin test. If nothing else, GWT Java C. I bet it's this if Java 8. I bet this is always false. Let me revert all these real quick. And then just get rid of that if. I scrolled up too far. There we go. I bet this if is failing. Unknown attribute includes. So now it's complaining about the unknown attribute, which means we were failing the if before. There we go. And this is super source. Yeah. Okay, let's put those broken pieces back in. We'll fix that if first. We still need an include excludes for this stuff here. I'm sure we're going to find that if we go back in time here. Oh no, we're not going to find it if we go back in time here. Because this never worked. Right? Or was this... No, this is not the thing that never worked. This probably never worked. Yeah, this should not have worked, because it was trying to compile SuperSource. This never worked. Another reason to hate Ant. Nobody actually cared enough to use it, and so we just didn't know stuff didn't work. All right, so we need to fix this. We need to fix the include, or the depends here. This is not right, though. This should be the Java 8 version. And then we need the excludes. And we can't do an includes. So let's just remove that for the moment. Oh, I can't remove it like that. Let's put another tag. There we go. We'll leave it there. And then I need to go ahead and copy the other one of these into here to say we don't depend, oops, we don't depend on all other tests. We just depend, actually, I guess we do. All of the other ones via the Java 8, because Java 8 then in turn depends on dev tests and Emma tests. Okay. So let's get rid of the bin test directory. I'm sure it's not empty. It seems to think, oh no, it failed. Right, it failed, so it never created anything. Okay, so let's build that way. I probably should have lunch soon, huh? I probably should have lunch soon. Okay, that's better, captions. All right, so we're running the Java 8 test now. That looks like it's making sense. But the real trick is, does it actually create the other Java stuff there? Wait, what's that? And build successful, but it did not do anything in the 11 side. Oh yeah, right, because we didn't fix that. Okay, we need to delete this line here. We need to try something like, how are you supposed to reference this? Java 8 property. Yeah, like that. Dollar signs around it. Dollar sign and curly brace. Is that what you want from me? It's irritating that it's recompiling a couple of tests anyway. Oh no, it wasn't. And then Java 11 was nothing to do at all. Let's take a look. Google Gwt emul test. No Java 8. So we're still missing something. If we get rid of the if, does that work? It does. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is the 3 tests in the Java 9 directory. There we are. And the suite. So that's not how you do an if. And the old code is just flat out wrong. I need like an unless. Can I do unless? All right, so let's go ahead and delete this bin test directory and try it one more time. A lot of waiting. There we go. One more test coming in. Check it out. Okay, so let's pretend that that is sufficient and switch over to Java 8 real quick. We will delete the tests. We'll rerun the whole thing now that we're in Java 8. Make sure that that works, and then we can look at running tests. Right. Okay, and then Java 11 did nothing, which naturally it must be the case because otherwise it would have failed to build because it can't build code like that. It doesn't make sense. Emul test, just going to visually inspect. Okay. Let's try actually running the test then. Let's try this one here. Emul test suite 9. It should do a whole lot of nothing when I run this. We're in Java 8, and then we'll switch over to Java 11 and try it again. That's 2. And then 3. All right, so no failures because nothing ran. And we'll switch back to 17. And we'll try the same thing. This is the part where we expect to test failures. Tests are run, which will take like 15 to 30 seconds each, and then of course failures too. I actually wasn't paying attention to see if there was something running before this, like a dev test. Doesn't look like it. So this is the first round of tests. We should get outputs here saying everything passed except sets, because somebody screwed up on purpose. Okay, so it fails the first one right away. Test. Let's see, web didn't run, dev didn't run. Draft ran and says I expected 7, but I found 8. So let's fix the set test. Here we go. And then we'll run again. This time we'll run all 3. We expect more test reports to show up to indicate that it succeeded. And it's the entire emulation suite, which means that also ran the map stuff. These are map tests down here. And this is a set test, and this is a list test. The list test succeeded. The list test took all the real time because the list was compiling all the tests. So 30 seconds to do all the compilation. Kind of surprising how long that is. Here's draft again. It's going to rewrite this file. It's empty now. It succeeded. All right, now we're running web HTML unit. This is optimized output. There we go. Got a file. It's still empty because we're still building. I guess I need to speak more clearly for captions to pick up. All right, 40 seconds, and then dev. Dev didn't run. Does dev not run? Oh, right, dev doesn't run emulation tests because it's dev mode, right? It's going to say, well, I'm going to use the real JRE because we shouldn't go talk to JavaScript to get a slowed fake JRE. So don't use legacy dev mode, but we don't care. Okay, cool. This is good. Let's make a quick commit here for the pieces that aren't broken on the other branches, and then let's do a little time travel and get those commits in there and do some rebasing. Okay, so this, we also got to fix that includes. I mean, if we want to fix the includes, I could imagine just not caring. I think we're just going to not care. I think we're going to skip that because it seems to do what we meant for it to do anyway. There's some extra commas in there. What's up with that? Did I duplicate these commas? Oh, probably I did. This is probably wrong anyway because we want to say exclude those tests if they're compiled to, but do we not need them? That's weird. Let's go look at that. This doesn't make a lot of sense. I think we want to put this back, but not so many commas. It really only matters if you've compiled the test using an older JRE, a newer JRE, and then you back up to an older one. So this is the web ones. The dev doesn't need to worry about JRE suites. I'm not sure why it would have done that in the past. Let's look at the old code here. Yeah, I don't know where Java 8 suite would be that it wasn't in the... Huh. Update this to exclude tests based on a running JDK version. Let's go look before that. Whoops. I'm not really sure why we would skip. Doesn't make sense. If this is false, so if this is true, we do this one. If Java 8 was true, we would run the Java 8 suite. But the Java 8 suite has always been in the emulation directory, which means it, I mean, I guess it is going to be run. Let's see where this gets consumed. Emma and Selenium and dev. Dev HTML unit. Let's look at the Java 8 suite. Oh, is that part of the problem? It's not named the same thing? Yeah, okay. Emul Java 8 suite. And this is saying you run it all the time. Thanks for the pointer to dev. Yeah, dev2. I'll pull that up real quick here. I think this is actually what we use for our archetypes. If you look at the Maven archetypes, I think that we actually generate the same code, and I just tweak it by adding and removing exclamation points. Because I'm pretty sure I just stole it. Either I stole it from Dimitri or Dimitri explicitly put it in there. This will not work anymore though. This native JS. This only works with an old version of Jackal. Instead, you need to make sure that you mark your type as JS type because Google has changed how method calls work. So you have to make sure to mark this as JS type. So just a heads up there. I believe Dimitri updated his code gen to accommodate for that, but it's just cleaner just to say if you're writing JS, it's going to call Java, and you aren't the compiler itself, or you're not able to depend on a specific compiler version, just use JS type, because it'll do what you meant. Let me know if I should talk more about that. See, these are the Java 8 things. So are these all Java 8? They don't have anything specific that excludes them. So maybe they're running dev mode. This is the real one. That seems right. If it's true, it will exclude those. It'll exclude emulation suite with no star on it, optimized only, and something JRE suite. So if you had like Java 8 JRE suite, it would exclude that. What's going on there? I think I'm going to follow the pattern and just not worry about it. Java 9, Java 10, Java 11. Where are we at now? We're on 17 still. I bet we can drop this. Disable legacy dev mode test on 9 and above. Oh, well, that would be why the tests weren't running. Also, it's twice. That was silly. Why is it twice? Oh, it's because Selenium and HTML. Maybe we can restore this now. Now that we've got that other flag added in to say, hey, it's okay to use reflection on Java line object. All right, here's the second one. We've already run the first one. That one's finished. That one's running. And then we'll go back and we'll try dev real quick and see if we can actually run those tests now. All right. So let's try deleting that probably meaningless chunk. And then we'll just run dev test this time and see if they do anything. And we should probably backport that also. Say, hey, when you're running the rest of these other tests, go ahead and tick that off too. I'm not sure if I checked if my pull request built. It's running now. Good. GitHub quit project. Quit pulls. Let's check the pull request here to see if that built properly. Yes, it did. All green. Okay. So if somebody goes and reviews this, we'll go ahead and get 17. New Java doc working. $36 seconds to run that emulation test. But the point is it worked. So we can probably restore that in general. So legacy dev mode still takes some time to turn on. I'm kind of surprised it was that long, but whatever. That is good news. We'll backport that also to say, hey, let's get all of our old tests running, because we'd really rather all of them, and then eventually we'll kill legacy dev mode, and that'll be that. But eventually is probably a long ways away. Okay. The specific things we need to add here are excluding these new Java 9, eventual Java 10, and Java 11 tests on for the Java collections tests I'm writing here. So we'll have to, I guess we'll have to do this twice, because I should backport the rest of it first. So I want only part of this. I think we'll just go ahead and say the whole thing gets added. We're not going to do this ASM thing, because that's going to get backported. We are going to add this, except for this comment here, because we're just going to go ahead and yank that. Okay. Okay, let's look at our history here. We're going to stash the rest and go back to not the Javadoc one, but the Java CI one. All right. Also going to get rid of this needless exclude legacy dev mode stuff, because now it looks like it works properly. Because that was the problem all along. All right, let's get that build running. I was expecting to see some failures in here. Oh, is it still running? The old stuff? Update other references to ASM6 to the current. Oh, right. So that must still be getting ready to fail. Javadoc passed. Javadoc test is still running. We should check that one to make sure it's going to pass. I don't think the Javadoc side will... Oh, no, this will also fail. This will also fail. That's fine. We don't care. That commit doesn't exist, or that branch isn't going to exist anymore. Let's just tail one of these. This is going to increase our test times, but I don't think we care that much. Let's rebase our collections work onto the Java 17 CI test. And then we need to fix the conflict. Basically, both sides deleted that line, or those lines, so we just need to be consistent. Okay, that should do it. Oops. Compile test needs to depend on both. And then I think we're going to go ahead and push this and ask CI to run this also. All right, so this is the round of tests for fixing, running tests in Java 17, and this is the round of tests for, hey, can we add some new JRE methods? And then it should be relatively easy to go back and grab the optional emulation. So I think I'm gonna go grab some lunch and then probably come on back. I was really hoping to get to Rafat's reproducing test case there, but I think that's gonna have to come another day. We got a couple other things to get to. We'll see if I can get back this afternoon for some more streaming. I kind of doubt it right now, but we'll just kind of see how it goes. I'm kind of terrified now. What else did we forget and screw up with those test dependencies? Thanks. This is the part that would be screwy. Wonder if this is the same version everywhere. 15.11.04. They got an older version that's on the same class path. Come on, guys. We're not going to fix that today, though. Looks okay. Looks good. All right, so we might get away with it. Okay. What do you think? I think I'll try for a quick lunch, and I'm just going to let this stream in the background. We got the new Be Right Back screen, if I can make it behave. All right, let's try it. If I bring this up, and then I say, click on the browser, interact with it, hit the Be Right Back button, 30 minutes, we're going. I'm going to go get some lunch. I'll be back in less than 30. Oh, let's make it some shorter run of time. See, it's super dev mode. I can do that. Let me show you what it looks like real quick, just as it's running right now. So the idea is, for those who didn't see it before, the Be Right Back screen is just going to keep streaming, and we'll see what's left. And then behind, you'll still be able to see what my screen is doing with that little bit of a blur. There's actually a couple different blurs applied. That way I can control it a little bit and very likely remove any passwords that might show up there. Yeah, so let's tweak that real quick, since I can do that. Go over to our Domino project and say, instead of Be Right Back, not so many darn exclamation points, we'll knock it down to 20 minutes. We really need, again, all this to be configured. 20 minutes? Let's make it 15. Challenge myself. Get back quick. So now, because it's actually not visible right now, hang on. Screen share, show the browser. All right, so now it's going to recompile. There we go. I live in super dev mode, as you can see. There we go. Be Right Back screen is button there. 15 minutes. Cool. I'm going to hit the Be Right Back button. It's going to blur everything out. And we will see you when I get back. I'm going to aim for 15-minute lunch, and then I'll be back. I had the wrong one up, but we passed the quick checks for both branches. So CI is going to be back for at least quick checks and also for the emulation. And now we're just finishing running the actual tests themselves. I did a quick visual scan for any failures, and I don't see any. So I think we could be in good shape. I just got a re-review for another branch that's up, so I think we're getting close to being able to say we can just go ahead and start getting these in. That'll be nice. Okay. So let's look at that bug that yeah, the hello world string, whatever. I kind of like it. Should get something else tied in there. Should really get the spilling coffee everywhere. Should really get the I should get captions going. There we go. Should really get the comments working. Justin, you were missed earlier, but I don't have comments actually hooked up because, and I'm not going to do it on stream because I don't want to risk dumping the OAuth key. So I got to learn a little more about how we're going to get that working without getting a full, hey, you've got one browser here that manages the browser that runs in OBS and makes things happen so you can put up your back screens and whatnot. Plus, I still don't understand why the little pop-ups are hiding behind each other. So someday when Ahmed's around, I'll have him explain to me what that's supposed to work. Someday when Ahmed is around. There we go. It's not how he spells it, but it's close enough. Okay, let's reproduce this test. Let's switch back to just plain main. There's a bug in GWT DOM and GWT core. Also could use a little attention, I see. And the Eclipse webhook. Eclipse plugin webhook isn't working yet. That's part of that we need to internally at Vertispan migrate to another server. But not right now. All right, let's see if we can find a good place to stick this test. Oops, not in super, in test. Google, GWT. Is this really the best place for it, or would it go in dev? Yeah, I don't think it's going to go in here. It's generator and linker junk. I need some kind of simple test for, like, do interfaces work? Does instance of an interface work? Or probably not. Emule test, that's probably where we're going. I just want, like, language level features. Let's see, these are not really Java itself. I want to test for, like, for interfaces. Like, do we have a test called interface test? Blank interface test. Yeah, that's close. Test blank. To-do document me. What the heck? Oh, I see. It implements no fields or methods. So it's just a test of, can you even do this? What the heck is this? Update everything under user to pass the new check style rules. Note that there's a whole lot of to-do document me comments that test owners need to eventually fill in with meaningful comments. Thanks, Bruce. That's good work. Well, we're probably in the right place to say, let's put something else in here. Let's grab the bug report. Here we go. So we're going to make a couple interfaces. It requires generics, it requires an inner class, and it just depends on the qualification of the inner class. So let's make a new test here. Inner class test. Hey, that's a good place for this. And here's some generics in an inner class. But not using bounds. We need something with an inner class, generics, specifically with bounds. So I don't think that's going to fit the bill. Inner outer super test. Yeah, this is how to invoke constructors on inner tests, on inner classes. Let's see, method interface. I don't know why it's called method interface. Oh, we're implementing an interface in order to get these things. Okay, well, let's make a new test class in here. We'll follow the pattern of one of these other ones. And we'll take a look at where the failure is coming from. I suspect we're going to find it something specific to JDT. Maybe we can build a test case for them. Or test a newer version of the JDT. All right, let's make our interfaces here. I'll just copy the interfaces he already had. We want to import it. I don't want to qualify it. I want to import it. It's irritating. Copy reference. And then likewise, copy reference. Okay. Now we're going to try and run this in the compiler. So what do these other tests usually get hooked up to? There's a compiler suite. We could probably just directly run this nested interface test. So something like cd into dev ant test. Let's look at the build XML. What is this? That's weird. This looks like the user XML. Yeah, this is the wrong one. Let's go to dev, build XML, and look for the test. And we'll grab this includes and replace it. So we'll say ant test dash d quit JUnit test case dev core includes equals and then star star slash star no nested interface test dot class. It's gonna say sorry, that's not how that works because I'm still getting the hang of Z shell here. So I guess I need to qualify that to keep it from trying to expand those globs. That's probably going to bite me at some point where someone's got a script somewhere like me that's got globs in it, so I may just want to turn off that glob matching. Let's see what we get here, though. Probably it will pass the compile and then fail the... Oh, boy. That's not what I expected. Let's take a look at our out for dev, for test, for reports. It didn't even run the test. Did it compile it? Where did we put that? What package is that? It is in dev JJS test. Oh. It's not in here. I wonder if dev JJS test is supposed to be run from user. Bet that's what it is. Let's look at the dev build XML when it runs its tests. It only excludes browser manager test, at least obviously so. Includes is supposed to be all tests in any kind of Google. Maybe there's a different thing to compile the tests? Different exclude list? Source or core source and core test? Must have done something dumb here. Oh, it's in user test. That's not where I thought I was building this. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, back to user. And then we need to use one of the specific test things like HTML unit. It's weird there's no borders on it now. It's the dev one, coverage one. Oh, I guess we could run any one of these. So let's start with this, and we'll put in here nested interface test class. We will only run web. Only one draft. Draft should be enough to trigger this. It's running. Kind of want to work on the Beard back screen and see about putting in some JS interop for OBS. Maybe it would be helpful to say what should that OBS or what should that JS interop even look like. Let's make a we'll put it in. Let's put it in the same project for right now. Build successful. Well, that is confusing to me. Nested interface test. So maybe it has to be top level to break. Or maybe it pruned it, or maybe it doesn't break in draft. Let's first switch over to prod. Rafat, if you're around, I don't know if you hang out on this. I'll ping him in Slack real quick. Yep. All right, so let's pop these up to top level. All right. Still getting whiny about this. Let's do the import thing again by hand, because I don't want it to qualify these, because qualifying them fixes the bug in JDT's eyes. All right, this one too. F6, move it to upper level, refactor. Opera? Sure, moves it to Opera. Why not? I don't want it to do this. Is there like a thing I can say? And yeah, there we go. Cool. There's no need to put that. Okay, let's try one more time. Let's go back to draft because it'll be quicker. Oh. Hmm. Maybe we have to use it? Maybe it's compiling it out or something? Let's see. What am I doing? User. Did I not actually run it? Yeah, I did. Test draft HTML unit and user build out user test draft HTML unit report. It says check out the project real quick. Let's just see if we can see something silly there. Oh, there's a stack trace. Let's look at the stack trace. That might tell us a little more. Not really. I don't think there's anything magical happening in here. This is pretty boring. Just quit 2.10. Let's see how he's using it. Oh, you got implementations. Let's see if we need all of these. We'll just make some quick inner classes that handle that. Parent interface, child interface, default child interface. I wonder if that matters. He says, yeah, it probably does matter. Okay, so let's put an implementation. We'll just make our test class itself implement it. We'll start with the child interface. Child interface handler. Add the on-demand import. There we go. And try it again. Do I actually need to implement? No, there's no methods in these. Let's see if that's enough to say, hey, this matters. Quit being a jerk. And then we'll make a branch for it and push it so that we can easily check this out when we think we've got it fixed. Seriously, we got twice the people watching we did before lunch? You guys show up while I was eating my leftovers? Oh, okay. Now you're leaving. Yeah, right. Failed. Cool. Yep. There it is. Okay, cool. Hard to say, but we can... The hierarchy is inconsistent. Let's look for JDT bugs that might have addressed this. No, that's a method reference. Interface. Incomplete hierarchy when using method. No, I already said that. Let's try adding something here like, instead of interface and generics, we'll try nested. I guess we could start searching their bugs. How long ago was this filed? It looks like we're not using this anymore. That's a year old and looks kind of ignored. Let's look for closed issues too and say nested hierarchy inconsistent. Qualified? Hierarchy inconsistent? Yeah, I don't think so. I think this might be new. Okay, so let's see if we can find someone who's fixed one of these before and look for a test case. Well, this looks like it's going to be a pain. Maybe it'll be easier to start looking for this inside of GWT itself. That's our output from running the test. Error log trace. Okay, so it looks like we'll get a trace here. What JVM are we using now? 17 still. Let's back it down to 11. Because I can, well, I mean, I guess the test did run already. So that was okay. Maybe we don't need to worry about it. Let's modify how we run our test so I can get a breakpoint in there. We will suspend until the breakpoint is set. And then we've got this breakpoint here that we want to use to actually try and trap the logging and then back up from there to figure out when the error actually happens. Okay, let's try that. Might be about 30 seconds, might be longer, because it takes a while to get... Oh, there we go. Less than I thought. Oh, hey, it just hitting this earlier issue. It's fine. I don't think I care. Here we go. There must be a catch in here somewhere to say, hey, here's the thing I blew up on. Oh boy. Suppress errors is true, so it's going to log them as trace. Because for tests, I guess that's the default. That's irritating. I want to fail sooner, though. It looks like it won't actually fail. It'll just collect errors, which makes sense. When you run a compiler or some other tooling, you want to report all the errors. You don't want to die as soon as you hit that first error and say, nope, that's it. I'm not going to do anything else, because those other errors could give you the context you need to figure out why that failed. Plus, you'd rather fix them all in one go instead of, or at least maybe several in a batch instead of rerunning the whole process. So let's see if we can poke around. So warning, I want to go earlier than that and say, where did you actually get this from? Let's see, I should be able to just scan this real quick for tests. Oh no, there's a lot in there though. Separate class path might be nice. Just for this. I don't think we're throwing anything though. Thread would store it here, and then we would just rethrow it. We didn't rethrow it though, so we need... Where would this come from? This loops through the units and then finds the particular unit, Java 8 test. Oh, really? It's the Java 8 test that's got the error. Has errors? True. Is this failing because that other one failed? Oh boy. No, it's saying there's something else going on here. JUnit shell and source level. So it's not picking up the super source properly? What? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe we just ignore that one? Let's just ignore that one. How's that sound? Regular expression test. Oh boy, we got a lot of swirly stuff happening. What's wrong with the regular expression test? And how long has it been broken for? What do you think? Let's look at the unit. Problems, no source available for test utils. This is a pure Java implementation and not the GWT test case. Okay, so there's a super source of this out there somewhere, or a subclass. A subclass, okay. So why don't they mark this as not GWT compatible, or just kill the constructor so it doesn't try to, whatever. Not right now. Java 10, why is there Java 10? No, that's fine. Child interface, yes. This is the thing that we actually wanted to find. So the unit is bound mismatch, is not a valid substitute for the blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it compiled everything in one go, and it found these issues. And this is where we need to say, where exactly did you get this from? Because these compiled class types are GWT types. They are not they're not GWT types. So can we do something like Maven GWT compile? Can we just run that instead? And try that real quick and see if we can easily reproduce this. Maven project with a JDT core compiler. Oh my. Just quit bugging me. I don't know why it is asking me. Couldn't save your cookie preferences. Please let us track you. Go away. All right, so it looks like this is for 3.8. Sure, let's just steal this real quick. I'm going to just keep this not on my clipboard, but go find his project, which is right over here. Here. And let's clone this. And we'll call this, what's his issue number? 9829. Okay, and then let's pop open the POM. Actually, let's go ahead and open the whole project in IntelliJ. Oh, did I put this in the wrong place? Whoops. You know, I can actually do it from here then. I don't actually care where this is. Let's go grab the compiler change. Let's throw away all of the GWT stuff. And just use the straight compiler. We'll have to find what the latest version of this is. Doesn't really matter what that is. Don't need that. Don't think we need that, but we'll go ahead and keep it. Just to get this a little bit lighter. And then let's see if that can build. Ah, cool. Well, that's easy. Let's strip it down further. Let's get rid of the app, for example. Oops. And I'll put a clean in there just to make sure. And I don't think we need the default of either one. Yep, we don't need them. Okay, cool. That's even simpler. All right, this is definitely an Eclipse bug. Let's find the latest version of the JDT to make sure it's broken there, too. So we're going to look for Plexus Compiler Eclipse in Maven Central. Hope that they're not having problems again. Looks like 213. Two 13.0. Just letting Rafat know that this is breaking now. Well, this is probably a Java 17 problem. Or else a Maven plugin problem. Maven compiler plugin? Maybe I should use some dashes in there, huh? What do we got? 3.11.0. Whoops. Put that back, please. Perfect. Okay, that's easy. Let's go ahead and file a bug. Let's see here. Guess we should put the parent before the child. See if there's anything else in there. I just grabbed that. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Let's make sure I get the workaround correct before I start saying this is the workaround. Well, more people here, but y'all are quieter now. What's up with that? All right. Can you just stick the... We'll just do this. Now we can remove that. Is that the only one we need? All right, let's try this one, because I'm guessing we don't need both. That's odd. What did his bug report actually say? Because I must be doing this wrong. Let's check how we're doing here. I don't see any failures. Oh, got one. We're going to go back and hunt that one down later. It's probably failing in here too. Cell suite in 17. Yep. Okay, we'll try a cell suite in a little bit, figure out what is going on there. Go back to his report. Workaround is to qualify the extends, not the generics, the extends. Yeah, let's put these back just for fun. Okay. And then we will qualify this. Oh, it's about importing it from the parent. That's what it's about. Yep, that's what it's about. Because it inherits. Okay, I got it. So it's not about fully qualified, it's about inheriting the execute. Tommy, thanks for following and hanging out. It's not about it being fully qualified, it's about it treating it like a member. So treating it like it was an inherited field or method. We're treating inner classes like they were inherited, like they're accessible by virtue of extending the parent interface. So changing the child interface handler definition to inherit to the parent interface parent face handler. Wish I could type. I don't really need to opine on that specifically. So it's not about importing. Fully qualified imports of inner types can cause a bound mismatch error. So let's try extending an inner interface. Cause a bound mismatch error. I think that's accurate. Okay. And specifically it says this extends parent interface handler of this type, but then it says type this is not a substitute for So it just doesn't even understand that it extends that. Let me make sure I phrase this right. So copy paste that. And then let's preview it, make sure it reads like we knew what we were doing. For example, okay, I like it. All right, cool. That's out of the way. Let's figure out what the heck is failing with our tests. So cell suite failed on the CI branch. I don't know which one failed yet. We'll figure that out in a minute. Let's make a new branch for this too. But let's delete 9829. Otherwise, I just accumulate these test cases everywhere. Let's see, 9829. Simple test, I guess. All right. We need to switch over to the Java 17 CI branch. Right. I don't think we care. Let me just check real quick before I reset hard. Okay, and then we are going to go into user and run. Let's start with this one and just run cell test, cell suite. Just see if we can reproduce there. It's gotta be 17, right? I didn't actually check what the other ones did, so we'll just do 17 for now. Java 17. Can't really click on these other ones because they don't let you replay the logs until they've all finished. So that's really irritating. We got a bunch of failures, though. I'm guessing we missed a flag or didn't put it in the right place to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and cheat and run. Is this debugger still running? We got to shut the debugger off. Let's see if we can get a hit. That's tomorrow. Today is the 17th, or is the 18th? Today's the 17th, all right. Let's see if we can figure out which mode it was failing on. I'm guessing cell suite isn't always failing. Yeah, it only fails in the one, so I'm guessing it's dev mode related. Okay, so it didn't fail, so we're going to switch over to the dev test instead. I'm almost certain it's the dev variant that's going to blow up. And just to back up a little bit, we already on this branch added, oh, where is it? It's not the Java C, it's the test runner. Here we go. JUnit, we already added an extra flag to say, I want you to allow reflection on Java 17 for, wish I could find it. Here it is, for Java base. So this should allow us to do funny reflection tricks and not care. But here we got a failure. Okay, so we may actually have a real failure here that's going to prevent us from restoring that. Let's go into out, user, test, dev, reports. Here's our cell suite. Our failure is unexpected error during visit. Unable to make private static object array finish to array accessible. Okay, so that's weird. Abstract collection module base does not open. Oh, I see. We need to open Java util also. So anything that could get called from the, we were talking about this with Rust. Sorry, I'm going to go reply to this real quick because this is Rafat asking about his bug report. He should come hang out on the stream. I don't know if he's got time, though. Okay, so we talked about this earlier with Rust, where we're saying, what if you compile... Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Eclipse. Okay. If you compile your Rust code to WebASM and you want to have some way to go back and forth across this bridge between JavaScript and WebASM, you basically define what that contract is going to be, what that border is going to be. And from GWT's perspective, anything that's Java is fair game. Anything you can reach with Java, because GWT was written in the days of Java 1.4, right? So, very, very early. Didn't even have generics yet. It wasn't open sourced until 1.5 came out. It may have actually been in the days of 1.5, but Google wasn't using it. Anyway, now in Java 9 plus, you can't just do reflection on other people's types to grab references to objects and let stuff work. So we need to explicitly say, yes, actually you can access that thing there. So this should be just a matter of adding one more flag here. We should find out what else is going to fail, because I don't really want to play whack-a-mole where we just keep adding more things, more errors. Something is calling finish to array from inside of GWT, I guess. So we're going to look for finish to array. I don't even know where that would be. Unable to make private static object array, finish to array, accessible. And this is coming in from this GWT ident fix up. Do we have some cell code that talks about collections? That must be what's happening. Oh, does it tell us where it failed? What code it was trying to compile? ArrayList.add. GWT rewriter found reference to non-existent field in a method invocation. In currency list. What? Internationalization is what broke this? Well, that's good to know, I guess. Because I guess once you start running any of the tests, you end up hitting everything. Let's look at currency list.java. There must be some GWT in here. Yep, here we go. ArrayList.add. Okay. Well, let's try it. We may be out of luck, though. I mean, this may just be whack-a-mole to try and hit everything. So this behaves like, instead of an IDL, something like that, that declares here's the boundary that Java can call into and that Rust can call into. The GWT team decided to invent their own language, which is a lot like JavaScript, except with this at notation here. This whole thing here is actually a property reference. The entire thing is. And it's basically saying this is an object of this type, and it has this method, and here's the signature. All of this can be used to look up in a vtable what actual method should be called on that object there. Okay, so that seemed to fix it. We're going to need to rerun some more tests. Let's grab a few more of the failing tests and see if we can find something else that blew up. Cell suite, internationalization suite, naturally. Text suite. Text suite probably makes sense by the same. Nope, that's not what I meant. We'll do UI binder suite next. And that's it so far. These tests take a while. All right, that one's successful. Let's check UI binder suite too. And then I think we'll go ahead and push this and just start it recompiling again. What else we got failing over here? Anything else failing? RPC suite. I wonder if this one's ahead. That's interesting that it got ahead. Oh, there we go. RPC suite just failed. So what else you have failed over here? What I'm mostly worried about is emulation. All right, so we want to find Java, emul, Java. No, it hasn't actually even run those tests yet. I think there's no point in pushing this branch until I get a success here, but it just takes so long to run these tests. I don't want to waste that much time. What I'd really like is to not even add these flags unless specifically requested. So we've got extra class paths, but I don't want extra class paths. I want extra add opens. Let's look at the add open syntax, see if we can just make it a single string for both of these. Put commas on add modules. I don't see add opens there at all. I don't want the entire module, and I want it to be optional. Module slash package equals target module. Yeah, we're going to skip that, I think. We're just going to do the slash. Oh, all unnamed. Okay, so ours is unnamed. So technically this side is the unnamed side. And the package itself. So we want to specify the entire, if package is not specified, the entire module would be open for deep reflection at runtime. So this is a proposal. It would allow a module to be opened to specific target modules. This is something the module descriptor does not allow a module is either open or not. Perhaps you meant this. Module slash package equals target module. It's only packages that are open. Got it. Can't be used to open a package unconditionally. Okay, so this was like a proposal, and I can't tell if they did it or not. Well, let's just try it and see what happens. We'll do RPC suite next, because that was the next failure. Look at add opens here. Yeah, package appears to be non-optional. What's going on here? Why are you taking so long? Yep, you gotta specify each one. Alright, it failed. It almost certainly failed because my syntax is garbage. Let's see here. Dev, reports. It'd be nice if it logged the actual problem, but... Oh, here it is. Alright, so it has to have a package. And we wildcard it. Would that be too easy? The problem is that there's no way to get rid of this without dropping all of Disney. There we go. Package is not in Java base. So we need two. If we need two, we need elements. If we need elements, we need to use custom elements here. So here is a, let's see, how do we call this? Extra class paths is optional. What does optional mean? I thought that we had something to say I'm going to be the root element. Let's look at who's calling this. From user, extra class paths. Okay, so we could say something like extra JVM parts. I think we're going to call it with no spaces. Because then we can put it only in the dev ones, in the dev tests. And then we say, all right. So now we put this here. This is the wrong one. Now we look for test dev. And for each of the test dev cases, we say, in order for you to run, you need to open those packages. There's just two. Target test dev runs those two specifically. Because what I really want to avoid is accidentally requiring that the compiler always assumes you've got that add opens. This restricts our add opens to only apply to legacy dev mode tests. So let's look for this dev mode here. Look everywhere else in the code base, specifically XML files that are not tests. It looks like dev build is using that, but not failing if you don't have it. That's interesting. It is interesting. They do include user, but it says just for GWT XML files. All right, I'm not going to worry too much about that. As long as the compiler tests are passing, we should go back and check that. Manually run that round of tests again, make sure that it works. Let's see here. We're just going to run this directly again, unless true cannot be. What? JVM arg is not, unless cannot be associated with an element type. JVM arg is not. Really? I will never get the hang of it. I will never get the hang of it. It's like pseudo mix-ins, but they're not quite mix-ins. We're going to run this once with Java 17 and once with Java 8. And if both pass, then I'm going to go ahead and push this to the same branch, get CI running, because it's going to be 2 hours and change before it finishes anyway. All right, I'm going to scratch this bug off my notes. The last bug we did. We got half the stuff I had marked off, more than half marked off for today. That's way more than usual. What's going on? Why is this taking so long? Am I just impatient, or is this actually reasonably taking a long time? would like to go one step further here and actually mark the whole JVM args section. Oh, build failed. Well, that's interesting. What's wrong? Warning, warning, warning. Error. Making a call. Oh. I can't really tell where the real failure is here. None of these look like failures. They just are errors that happened while running. Here we go. Prohibited package name. SQL. Okay, so prohibited package name. That's a killer for us. Something's trying to redeclare SQL. That's a killer for us. Collections test itself is failing. Anything else? Yeah, collections test. So this, I remember now. This is what we hit before. Here's an error. Let's focus on this one next. Not clear to me what's wrong here. Let's look at, what's it trying to call? Cookies, URI, and code. Which I guess is going to call into HTML unit then. With a string of my session cookie. So this is how strings get passed into Disney rather than as actual string objects. They have to get wrapped. I can't remember why, but they have to get wrapped. So the string gets in there, and then the rest of this is implemented as a little stub in JavaScript, which in this case is actually HTML unit, which then calls right back into Java again. So what doesn't it like? Caused an error. Null. It's trying to define a new class. Let's look at this part of the stack trace. Collections test 883. And this is part of RPC. And all it's trying to do is create a time array. But the class loader is deciding that it should treat this specially and generate new classes for it using GWT's emulation instead of using the JRE itself. What it should probably do is specially treat, it should treat Java SQL just as specially as Java Lang. Because once it gets into this class loader and says, oh, well, I guess I should do something magic here, we're in trouble. 1, 2, 2, 3. And then once we're in here, we're going to say we're going to go ahead and reinvent it ourselves. There's some script-only classes. Allow the child class loader to handle this. Let's see what script-only classes consists of. Maybe we are supposed to annotate that somehow specially. Let's look at, for example, date. The Java version. I'm sorry, the util version. Yeah, no, this does not have an annotation on it saying, hey, I am special, treat me differently. I think that's what we checked last time. Any other Java util stuff. These don't have script only on them. What about lang stuff? Like string, class. No? And also no. Needs to have constructors not fail compilation internally at Google. What are you guys doing with the... It doesn't matter. We'll look at that later. It's easy to get distracted. Let's see. Okay, so also don't run the static initializer to lower the risk of deadlock. What exactly did this call next? I'm going to pull open this whole part of the stack trace and do analyze stack trace in IntelliJ so I can kind of pop it into... Where's my stack trace? There we go. Put it into my run dialog, and so I can go frame by frame here and figure out what the heck it's doing. So define class is getting some bytes. We just read some bytes from somewhere. Find class bytes, which must have returned something. If JavaScript class, then we just return that. Otherwise, we do a lookup, and then we compile it. But what's the condition under which we might say, hey, give up? We're not going to try and do it. Compilation state class file map. Is this populated ahead of time with something? I guess this is the one you write to, and the other one's the one you read to. And who calls this? I guess it just iterates through and calls everything. How are we excluding Java util and Java lang stuff from here is the real question. Oh boy. I'm going to get lost here. Let's see. This is the compilation unit builder, which I think is how we... this is the wrong one. We're out of dev mode now, I think. Nope. Let's think of a different way to do this. I want to look for something like Java util as strings and figure out where in the code base we are special casing those. Oh, that's XML files. We don't want tests. We only want our production files. I gotta go in just a minute, and then I'll have to sign off for good here. Let's see. Find packages as part of the test junk. This is some testing stuff. Are these magical types that we have to ignore? Build initial types to index. The starter set of names that should be indexed during add type. Yeah, I think this is the compiler itself, not dev mode. Because legacy dev mode is basically an entirely different set of tools. Yeah, I don't find it though. Something is treating this differently, and it shouldn't be. It should understand that Java SQL is basically the same as Java util. Because then it's going to try and define a new class for it. Okay, so what else could we have done here earlier to fail this? We are in the class not found exception. Bootstrap class loader. So there's a question for you. Why did this fail? If we got into this catch, this must have thrown specifically excluding classes from the class path. So should this have been able to find Java SQL? Is that the concern here? Yeah, we just have the one instance of it. I bet that's the problem. We still got that other HTML unit problem. All right, I think I'm going to have to punt on this part till next time. Either I'll get some time this afternoon. I got to go pick up a kid from the bus stop. And then keep plugging away at this. I mean, worst case, we just say, look, fine, we don't run our tests for legacy dev mode in Java 17. We're not going to support that. It would be nice if we didn't have to do that. I'm going to spend a little more time trying to hammer on that and make that work. But I think we're gonna get stuck here. Okay, well, been a great stream, very productive. I think more so than usual. I feel like I've had a string of productive streams. I just haven't always been able to keep the momentum up week to week. We just got to get this GWT release out, and then get back to the fun stuff. Like, I've even got it open over here, the HTML templates that we're working on. Get back to that stuff. I've got something here. I don't even know what this code does anymore because it's been so long since I started writing it. But with that underway, I feel like we can get to some other fun projects. Try and generalize a little more, make this the stream a little more approachable. I appreciate the conversation we had today about. Yeah. Thanks for making that PR. And it looks like we're pretty much good. We just got to get those style things fixed, and then you can get that landed. And then I promise I want to get back to your core and GWT DOM fix with that cast issue. I think I replied to you, and it looks like maybe I could make the patch to clean it up, because we should get that shipped. Anyway, yeah, pretty good. I'll see you guys next time. Thanks.